In the early decades of the 19th century, a vast nation was taking shape, a nation brimming with promise and ambition, yet already marred by the undercurrents of division. The United States of America, forged in revolution and defined by the ideal of liberty, found itself slowly drifting toward an inevitable confrontation. The roots of this division lay deep in the soil of its economic, cultural, and ideological landscapes, as differences between the North and South began to widen with every passing year. In the northern states, a transformation was underway. The Industrial Revolution was in full swing, bringing factories, railroads, and new technologies that promised progress and prosperity. Cities like Philadelphia, New York, and Boston became centers of commerce and innovation. Men and women flocked to these urban hubs in search of opportunity, drawn by the promise of steady wages and a life that, though arduous, held the potential for upward mobility. The northern economy was diversifying rapidly, moving away from its agrarian roots to embrace mechanization and mass production. With each clanging of machinery and every puff of steam, the North's identity was being recast as one of progress and modernity. Yet as the North surged ahead, a different world thrived in the southern states. The South was defined by its sprawling plantations, where tobacco, cotton, and rice were cultivated on vast tracts of land. Here, the economy was inextricably linked to the institution of slavery, a system that had taken root centuries earlier and had grown to become the cornerstone of Southern wealth and society. Large estates were not merely farms. They were the stage upon which an entire social order was built. The enslaved, whose labor was exploited to fuel this economic engine, lived lives of hardship and dehumanization, their stories largely untold in the celebratory narratives of progress. In this world, honor, tradition, and a deep attachment to the Old South were cherished, even as the winds of change began to blow from the North. Between these two distinct spheres of life, the nation's political landscape grew increasingly fraught with tension. The debates in Washington, D.C., and in local taverns alike were no longer about simple policy choices. They were existential arguments about the very nature of America. The ideals of liberty and equality, heralded by the Founding Fathers, were being reinterpreted, and in many cases contorted, to justify vastly different ways of life. Northern reformers and abolitionists decried the inhumanity of slavery, arguing that the nation's soul was at stake. In sharp contrast, many Southerners defended their way of life as an honorable tradition, one that was deeply embedded in the region's history and economic reality. This ideological rift was not a sudden eruption, but rather a slow-burning fuse. The debates and controversies of the antebellum period unfolded gradually, each political compromise and conflict laying another brick in the wall that would eventually separate the nation. The Missouri Compromise of 1820, for instance, was one of the first major attempts to manage the sectional tension. It drew a line, both literal and figurative, across the American map, declaring that slavery would be permitted south of the 36 degrees 30 minutes parallel, but prohibited to its north. For a time, this delicate balance seemed to hold, a temporary bandage over a wound that would only fester further with time. As the decades wore on, the uneasy equilibrium was tested again and again. The economic advancements of the North continued unabated, and with them came waves of immigration and rapid urbanization. New ideas circulated freely in the bustling streets and crowded parlors of northern cities. Intellectuals, writers, and reformers began to question the moral underpinnings of a society that condoned the enslavement of human beings. Prominent figures emerged whose words resonated with a growing audience. Sermons in small churches, fiery speeches in packed public halls, and newspapers that circulated ideals of equality and justice. The abolitionist movement, once a fringe element in American society, began to gain momentum as more citizens saw the contradictions in a nation that proclaimed freedom while denying it to many. In the South, however, the narrative was starkly different. The plantation elite saw the abolitionist rhetoric as a direct threat to their way of life. For them, slavery was not simply an economic institution. It was a social system that conferred status, order, and stability. The Southern planter's identity was wrapped up in the traditions of an agrarian past, in the rituals of a genteel society that prized honor and lineage. In the eyes of these Southerners, any attempt to dismantle slavery was tantamount to an attack on their very existence. They retreated further into a romanticized vision of the Old South, one that celebrated chivalry and paternalism while glossing over the brutal realities of bondage. The tension between these two regions was palpable in every sphere of American life, from the heated debates in Congress to the quiet discontent simmering in rural communities. Political compromises, such as the Compromise of 1850, attempted to navigate the treacherous waters of sectional discord. Yet these measures often served only to postpone the inevitable clash. Each legislative attempt to strike a balance between opposing visions of the future ended up highlighting the stark differences that could no longer be reconciled. Throughout the antebellum period, the seeds of division were not confined to grand political gestures. They permeated everyday life. In the marketplaces of northern cities, one could overhear discussions about the morality of slavery, the potential of industrial progress, and the promise of a future free from the shackles of an outdated system. In contrast, in the small towns and plantation estates of the South, conversations revolved around honor, heritage, and the necessity of preserving a way of life that had sustained generations. These discussions, seemingly mundane, were in fact the crucible in which national identity was being contested and redefined. One cannot speak of the rise of sectionalism without acknowledging the personal stories interwoven into the fabric of this national drama. Consider the tale of Elias, a young man born in a northern town where the clang of factory hammers was as constant as the murmur of ambition in the air. Elias grew up with a belief in progress and equality, a belief nurtured by his schoolteacher, who often recited the words of the nation's founding documents and questioned the injustices of the day. As Elias matured, he witnessed the increasing polarization of public opinion, the passionate debates in local meeting halls, and the growing influence of abolitionist thought. His journey was one of awakening, as he came to understand that the very ideals he cherished were under threat from an institution that seemed as entrenched as the oak trees lining his hometown. Half a world away, in the verdant, sun-dappled fields of Virginia, lived Margaret, a daughter of a proud plantation family. Her life was steeped in the traditions of the Old South, where honor and duty were passed down like treasured heirlooms. From a young age, Margaret was taught to revere the social order and to view the institution of slavery as a necessary part of maintaining harmony and prosperity. Yet even as she embraced these lessons, whispers of dissent began to echo through the corridors of her family's estate. Encounters with itinerant travelers and the occasional reading of forbidden texts stirred in her a quiet curiosity about the world beyond the boundaries of her familiar life. Though she would never openly defy the conventions of her society, Margaret's inner world was a tapestry of conflicting emotions, a silent testament to the inevitable changes that loomed on the horizon. As the antebellum years marched on, the increasing polarization between North and South created an environment ripe for conflict. Debates over tariffs, states' rights, and the extension of slavery into new territories intensified, setting the stage for a national schism. Each compromise that was reached in the halls of government served as a temporary salve, only to be replaced by a deeper wound as the issues underlying the division were left unresolved. The political landscape was transforming into a battlefield of ideas, where every legislative session became a microcosm of the larger struggle tearing at the nation's seams. The period was marked by a series of crises and turning points, each one contributing to the slow but inexorable march towards civil strife. The Missouri Compromise had momentarily quelled tensions, but its resolution was inherently unstable, a brittle peace that could shatter under the weight of growing discontent. With every new state petitioning for admission, every new debate over the rights of man and the definition of liberty, the lines dividing the nation grew ever sharper. Sectional identity was being forged in the crucible of political conflict, one that would eventually crystallize into open hostility. In this charged atmosphere, the cultural and moral dimensions of the debate came to the forefront. The North's burgeoning reform movements and the Southern defense of tradition were more than mere political positions. They were reflections of two very different worldviews. For many in the North, the promise of a more egalitarian society was an imperative, a moral duty that called for the abolition of an institution that denied humanity to millions. For many in the South, the preservation of slavery was wrapped up in a sense of heritage and destiny, a belief that the social order, with all its imperfections, was divinely ordained and essential to the fabric of Southern life. As the 1850s approached, the tension reached a fever pitch. The debates in newspapers and public forums became increasingly impassioned, and the voices on either side of the issue grew louder and more insistent. The seeds of division that had been sown in the early decades of the Republic were now beginning to sprout into something formidable, a national conflict that would soon engulf the entire country. In retrospect, the antebellum period stands as a poignant reminder that the foundation of a nation is never static. It is shaped and reshaped by the struggles and aspirations of its people, by the clash of ideas and the sacrifices made in the name of progress. The seeds of division planted during these formative years would grow into an all-consuming conflagration, forever altering the course of American history. And so, as the sun set over a nation on the brink, the stage was set for the tumultuous and transformative journey that lay ahead, a journey that would test the very limits of unity, identity, and the enduring spirit of liberty. In the early decades of the 19th century, a quiet yet revolutionary undercurrent began to swell within the heart of America. Far from the clamor of battlefields and political wrangling, a moral awakening was taking shape, a call to conscience that would echo through churches, newspapers, and secret gatherings alike. This was the birth of the abolitionist movement, a struggle not fought with muskets or bayonets, but with words, convictions, and the unyielding desire for justice. At its core, the abolitionist movement was a radical departure from the accepted social order. It emerged as a response to centuries of human suffering and exploitation, questioning the very foundations of a society built on the enslavement of millions. Visionaries and reformers, many of whom risked social ostracism and personal ruin, began to speak out against the institution of slavery. They argued that the American ideal of freedom was incompatible with a system that reduced human beings to property. Among these early reformers, one name shone with particular brilliance: William Lloyd Garrison. With fiery rhetoric and an unwavering moral certainty, Garrison became one of the most influential voices of the era. In his widely read newspaper, The Liberator, he declared that slavery was a moral abomination and a sin against God. His pen cut through the complacency of many, stirring both outrage and hope among his readers. Garrison's calls for immediate emancipation resonated deeply with those who believed that true liberty could only be achieved when every individual was recognized as inherently equal. Yet Garrison was not alone. Across the country, a diverse array of voices joined the chorus demanding change. Abolitionists were not solely white men. Many women, free blacks, and even former slaves emerged as powerful advocates for emancipation. The movement was marked by its rich tapestry of personal narratives, stories of courage, suffering, and an unyielding desire for freedom. Frederick Douglass, an escaped slave turned eloquent orator and writer, became a living testament to the cruelty of bondage and the possibility of redemption through education and self-determination. His speeches, filled with the raw power of lived experience, captivated audiences and forced the nation to confront the inhumanity of its institutions. In smoky parlors and crowded meeting halls, abolitionist conventions were held where impassioned debates took place. These gatherings were not merely forums for discussion. They were crucibles in which the ideals of freedom and equality were forged. Attendees from different walks of life, united by a common purpose, discussed strategies, exchanged ideas, and mobilized support. The passion of these meetings often spilled out onto the streets, where public readings of abolitionist literature and impromptu speeches challenged the status quo. One of the most powerful aspects of the abolitionist movement was its ability to harness the power of the written word. Pamphlets, sermons, and newspapers spread the message of emancipation far and wide. In the cramped, candlelit rooms of northern households, families gathered to read the stirring accounts of enslaved men and women, tales that illuminated the brutal realities behind the sanitized narratives often presented in polite society. Harriet Beecher Stowe's novel Uncle Tom's Cabin, though a work of fiction, played a significant role in galvanizing public sentiment against slavery. The book's vivid portrayal of the suffering endured by enslaved individuals touched hearts and opened eyes, transforming abstract debates into personal, emotional reckonings. Yet, the path of moral awakening was fraught with challenges. Abolitionists faced relentless opposition from those who viewed their message as not only subversive, but also dangerously radical. In the South, slaveholders and their sympathizers denounced the movement as a foreign imposition, a threat to a way of life they held sacred. Laws were enacted to silence dissent, and speakers found themselves the targets of threats and violence. Despite these obstacles, the abolitionist movement pressed on, propelled by a conviction that the cause of human dignity was worth any sacrifice. This period of moral ferment was also a time of profound self-reflection for many Americans. Churches, which had long preached the virtues of compassion and charity, became battlegrounds for debates on slavery. Some clergymen preached that slavery was a divine institution sanctioned by Scripture, while others interpreted the gospel as a call to free the oppressed. The split among religious communities underscored the broader societal divide. In many northern congregations, fervent sermons called for the abolition of slavery, imbuing the movement with a sacred sense of mission. These religious appeals, steeped in moral urgency, helped to inspire a generation of reformers to act, often at great personal risk. One memorable scene unfolded in a modest New England town where a small congregation gathered in a stone chapel. The minister, his voice trembling with both passion and sorrow, recounted biblical passages that spoke of justice and mercy. As he spoke, his eyes glimmered with unshed tears for the countless souls suffering in bondage. In that moment, the boundaries between the sacred and the secular blurred, and every heart in the room was stirred by the realization that the call for freedom was as much a spiritual imperative as it was a political one. The abolitionist movement was not confined solely to the spoken and the written. It was also a movement of action. Underground networks were established to assist escaped slaves in their perilous journeys to freedom, often referred to as the Underground Railroad. These secret routes, fraught with danger and deception, crisscrossed the American landscape. Conductors, often brave men and women who risked their lives, guided fugitives through hidden paths and safe houses, each act of defiance a small victory in the larger struggle for justice. The clandestine nature of these operations added a layer of both peril and heroism to the movement, as each successful escape was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Amid these turbulent times, the lives of many individuals were irrevocably changed by the struggle for emancipation. Consider the story of Clara, a young woman from a modest New England family, whose determination to challenge injustice led her to join the ranks of the abolitionists. Clara's days were consumed with reading, writing, and organizing meetings. By night, she tirelessly printed pamphlets in a small workshop behind her family's home, her hands stained with ink and hope. Despite threats and occasional raids on abolitionist literature shipments, Clara's resolve never wavered. Her personal sacrifices, shared in letters and diaries that later surfaced, illustrated the quiet, persistent courage that animated the movement. Clara, like many unsung heroes, became an embodiment of the belief that even the smallest actions could help tip the scales of history. The impact of the abolitionist movement extended far beyond its immediate goals. As the calls for freedom grew louder, they began to reshape the national dialogue on human rights and dignity. The movement challenged long-held beliefs about race, humanity, and justice, setting the stage for a broader re-examination of societal values. While many of its early victories were met with fierce resistance, the ideas that abolitionists championed gradually seeped into the national consciousness. Even those who initially opposed their cause could not ignore the mounting evidence of the institution's inherent cruelty. Over time, the moral arguments advanced by abolitionists found allies in unexpected quarters, eventually influencing political leaders and policymakers who had once been indifferent. This transformative power of the abolitionist movement is perhaps best seen in the way it redefined the boundaries of American identity. What it meant to be American was no longer measured solely by one's birthplace or economic status, but by one's commitment to the principles of liberty and justice. The movement's insistence on the inherent worth of every human life challenged the nation to live up to its founding ideals, sparking debates that would echo in the halls of Congress and in the hearts of citizens for generations to come. Yet, as the movement gained momentum, it also set in motion a chain of events that would culminate in one of the darkest chapters of American history. The moral imperative for change, so passionately articulated by the abolitionists, stood in stark opposition to the entrenched interests of those who benefited from the status quo. The tension between these opposing forces was a harbinger of conflict, a conflict that would eventually erupt into the American Civil War. The abolitionist movement, with its relentless call for emancipation, was not just a plea for justice. It was a clarion call that exposed the fault lines running deep within the nation. In the end, the abolitionist movement left an indelible mark on the American psyche. It reminded the nation that the fight for freedom is often a long and arduous journey, paved with the sacrifices of countless individuals who dared to dream of a more just world. The moral awakening it sparked transcended its immediate political objectives, challenging every American to look inward and ask what it truly meant to be free. As voices from the past echoed in the present, the movement's legacy continued to inspire future generations to stand up for justice, to speak out against oppression, and to pursue the ever-elusive promise of equality for all. The early decades of the 19th century in America were defined by a profound economic transformation, a transformation that set the stage for two distinct, yet inextricably linked, economic models. On one side lay the burgeoning world of industrialization in the North, where innovation and invention drove rapid change. On the other side, the South's economy was deeply entrenched in an agrarian system reliant on the labor of enslaved people. In this chapter, we explore the dynamic interplay between these two economic forces, their roots, their trajectories, and how they contributed to the growing national divide. In the North, the echoes of the Industrial Revolution began to reverberate through cities and towns alike. Factories sprouted along the banks of rivers, powered by water and later by steam. The hum of machinery replaced the rhythmic cadence of manual labor, and innovations in production techniques paved the way for mass manufacturing. Young entrepreneurs and inventors staked their claims in a rapidly changing market, eager to harness the promise of modern technology. Cities like Lowell, Massachusetts, became industrial hubs, bustling with textile mills that churned out fabrics at unprecedented rates. The clatter of looms and the relentless drive for efficiency symbolized a new era, one that placed progress and profit at its very core. As the North embraced the future, a parallel transformation was unfolding in the South, but along a very different trajectory. The Southern economy was built on a foundation that stretched back to colonial times, a plantation system sustained by the forced labor of enslaved Africans. Vast tracts of fertile land yielded crops like cotton, tobacco, and rice, and the profits of these agricultural ventures flowed into the coffers of plantation owners. Unlike the mechanized factories of the North, the South's fields were tended by human hands, often under conditions of brutal exploitation and dehumanization. Here, wealth was measured not by the clang of machinery, but by the size of estates and the number of enslaved individuals who toiled under the relentless sun. The contrast between these economic systems was stark. In the North, industrialization brought about a shift in social structure and labor. The promise of steady employment in mills and factories attracted waves of immigrants from Europe, each seeking the opportunity to build a better life in a land of promise. These workers, though often subjected to grueling hours and precarious conditions, represented the new face of American progress. They lived in crowded tenements near industrial centers, where every day was a testament to the potential for upward mobility. The growth of factories not only spurred urbanization, but also fostered an environment ripe for innovation, as inventors and businessmen alike raced to improve efficiency and capture a share of the burgeoning market. In contrast, the Southern economy was heavily dependent on slave labor, a system that was both economically profitable and morally corrosive. Plantations were vast enterprises that functioned as self-contained economies. Enslaved people, forced into roles ranging from field labor to domestic servitude, were treated as property and commodity. The wealth generated by these plantations was immense, funding the construction of grand homes and supporting a way of life that many in the South defended with fervent passion. However, the economic success of this system came at an enormous human cost, a cost that was often hidden behind the facade of genteel Southern society. The dehumanization inherent in slavery created deep social fissures that would eventually contribute to the growing national discord. This economic dichotomy was not a matter of simple choice or preference. It was the result of historical developments that had been unfolding for centuries. In the North, early investments in infrastructure, such as canals and railroads, laid the groundwork for industrial expansion. The Erie Canal, for example, was more than an engineering marvel. It was a lifeline that connected the heartland of America to the bustling ports of the East Coast. With goods moving swiftly along these waterways, northern merchants and manufacturers found themselves in a position to dominate regional trade. The rapid growth of these industries was accompanied by an increasing reliance on wage labor, a system that, while often harsh, offered workers a measure of freedom and the possibility of personal advancement. Meanwhile, the Southern economy had evolved in a different direction. The discovery of cotton as a king crop after the invention of the cotton gin by Eli Whitney in 1793 revolutionized the region. Cotton plantations expanded across the Deep South, and the demand for slave labor soared as planters sought to maximize their profits. This transformation not only solidified the economic foundation of the South, but also entrenched a social order that hinged on the subjugation of an entire people. The intricate web of economic interests, legal frameworks, and cultural justifications worked in tandem to preserve and perpetuate a system that many in the South came to view as both natural and inevitable. As these two economic systems grew more sophisticated, their divergent paths began to manifest in every aspect of American life. In northern cities, the clamor of industry was accompanied by an equally vigorous public discourse about progress and reform. Intellectuals and reformers saw in industrialization both the promise of a modern, egalitarian society and the potential perils of unfettered capitalism. Labor strikes and debates over workers' rights underscored the tensions inherent in a rapidly industrializing society, even as many celebrated the technological advancements that were reshaping the nation. Conversely, in the South, economic prosperity was intertwined with a rigid social hierarchy that left little room for dissent. The plantation elite, confident in the profitability of their way of life, often viewed industrialization with skepticism. To many Southerners, the idea of mechanized labor was not only alien, but also antithetical to the traditions that had defined their society for generations. The economic model of the South was one of inheritance and continuity, a system that valued lineage and property above all else. Yet beneath this veneer of stability lay simmering tensions, as the moral and ethical implications of slavery increasingly came under scrutiny from both within and beyond Southern borders. Amid this economic landscape, personal narratives emerged that illuminated the stark differences between the two regions. Take, for instance, the story of Jonathan, a young machinist in a bustling northern factory. Jonathan's daily routine was punctuated by the rhythmic churning of gears and the hiss of steam, a soundscape that symbolized the heartbeat of a modernizing nation. Though his work was demanding and often exhausting, Jonathan took pride in being part of an enterprise that embodied the spirit of innovation. He dreamed of a future where his labor would not only sustain his family, but also contribute to a nation defined by progress and equality. Across the continent, in the vast, sunlit expanses of a southern plantation, lived Lydia, a daughter of a planter who had grown up amid the opulence of a system that prized tradition over change. Lydia's world was one of rigid social expectations and inherited privilege, yet it was also marked by a profound awareness of the contradictions at the heart of her society. While she reveled in the comforts afforded by wealth, Lydia could not ignore the quiet suffering that lay beneath the surface of her family's prosperity. In hushed conversations with trusted confidants, she questioned the morality of a system that enriched some at the expense of so many, even as she felt powerless to alter the course of history. These personal stories, Jonathan's steadfast optimism in the face of mechanization, and Lydia's conflicted reverence for a way of life built on inequality, were emblematic of a nation at a crossroads. The industrial vigor of the North and the agrarian, slave-dependent economy of the South were not isolated phenomena. They were intertwined forces that shaped the destiny of America. The rapid industrial growth in the North fueled a belief in progress, innovation, and the potential for a more egalitarian society. In contrast, the South's reliance on slavery was both a source of wealth and a moral dilemma, one that threatened to undermine the very principles upon which the nation had been founded. As the decades passed, the economic divide deepened. Northern industrialists, bolstered by technological advancements and a growing consumer market, began to exert greater influence over national policy. Their calls for tariffs and protectionist measures were, in many ways, an extension of the Industrial Revolution's impact, a way to shield burgeoning industries from the vagaries of international competition. At the same time, Southern planters became increasingly defensive, using their economic clout to advocate for policies that would protect the institution of slavery. The political arena became a battleground where economic interests were fiercely contested, and every debate over trade, taxation, or infrastructure carried with it the weight of regional identity. The economic consequences of these divergent paths were profound. In the North, the shift toward industrialization brought with it the promise of mass prosperity and the creation of a robust middle class. Urban centers grew into sprawling metropolises, where factories, banks, and stockyards formed the backbone of an economy that was as dynamic as it was diverse. The industrial model, with its reliance on wage labor and mechanized production, laid the groundwork for modern capitalism, a system that prized efficiency, innovation, and the free market. In the South, however, the prosperity derived from slavery was built on a fragile foundation, one that was increasingly unsustainable in a world moving inexorably toward modernity. The plantation system, with its reliance on a labor force denied even the most basic human rights, was inherently unstable. As the moral and economic arguments against slavery gained traction, the South found itself locked in a defensive posture, unwilling or unable to adapt to the changing tides of progress. The very wealth that had once defined the region now stood as a symbol of a bygone era, one that would ultimately be swept away by the forces of change. In reflecting on the economic landscape of antebellum America, it becomes clear that the interplay between slavery and industrialization was not merely a matter of economics. It was a struggle for the soul of a nation. The relentless march of industry in the North and the obstinate adherence to tradition in the South each carried their own visions for America's future. As the gears of progress turned in the factories of the North, and as the fields of the South stretched under an unyielding sun, the stage was being set for a national confrontation that would force a reckoning between these competing models of society. Ultimately, the economic dichotomy of slavery and industrialization would prove to be a harbinger of conflict, a testament to the fact that the ideals of progress and human dignity could not coexist with systems built on the exploitation of human life. The story of this era is not just one of technological advancement or agricultural bounty. It is a chronicle of a nation grappling with the cost of its prosperity. It is the story of how two very different economic realities, woven together by fate and conflict, propelled America toward a future defined by both triumph and tragedy. In the bustling corridors of power and along the winding streets of America's capital, tensions simmered like a pot on the verge of boiling over. The mid-19th century had become an era defined by political discord, where the once unified spirit of compromise gave way to an environment of suspicion and ideological conflict. The story of this period is one of fervent debates, shifting alliances, and the slow disintegration of a political system built on balance and negotiation, a balance that, once shattered, would herald the coming storm of civil war. At the heart of this turbulent era was the painful realization that the long-held agreements and compromises of earlier years were no longer tenable. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 had once provided a tenuous peace, drawing a symbolic line across the nation by designating a boundary for the expansion of slavery. But as new territories petitioned for statehood and the nation's appetite for expansion grew, that delicate equilibrium began to crumble. The promises of compromise, intended to mediate between the free North and the slave-holding South, became increasingly strained under the weight of competing interests and rising passions. In the halls of Congress, debates raged with unprecedented intensity. Politicians on both sides of the aisle, each deeply invested in their vision for America's future, began to see compromise not as a tool for progress, but as a betrayal of their core principles. The once common practice of negotiation was gradually supplanted by a climate of suspicion, where every concession risked undermining long-held convictions. In Washington, the capital became a stage for impassioned speeches and bitter disputes, a microcosm of the nation's broader struggle to define its identity. One cannot help but recall the image of a weary senator, his eyes heavy with the burden of decades spent trying to reconcile irreconcilable differences. He stood at the podium, his voice echoing in the marble-lined chamber as he recounted the history of past compromises, each one a failed attempt to unite a divided nation. In his words lay a palpable sorrow, a recognition that the era of gentle negotiation was drawing to an end. The promises of unity that had once held the country together now seemed like relics of a bygone time, their faded luster unable to counter the rising tide of partisanship. In the North, industrial progress and a burgeoning sense of reform fueled a growing impatience with what many saw as a moral and political decay. Northern politicians, buoyed by the success of the Industrial Revolution and the momentum of abolitionist sentiment, began to demand a more radical rethinking of the nation's future. For them, compromise with a system that legalized human bondage was not only impossible but also morally reprehensible. They argued that the nation must take a definitive stand, one that would not only end slavery but also reshape the political landscape in favor of modernity and progress. This uncompromising stance, however, only deepened the rift, pushing moderates to the margins of political discourse. Conversely, the southern states, with their deep-rooted traditions and a social order built on plantation culture, clung desperately to the notion of states' rights and the sanctity of local autonomy. For the Southern elite, the idea of any compromise that might limit the institution of slavery was tantamount to an existential threat. In the smoke-filled rooms of plantation mansions and the quiet drawing rooms of the Southern gentry, discussions often turned to the preservation of a way of life, a life that was inextricably linked to the old order. There was an unspoken belief that the South's honor and prosperity depended on maintaining its unique traditions, even if that meant rejecting any attempts at national reconciliation. The debates over compromise reached fever pitch with the passage of the Compromise of 1850, a package of legislative measures intended to ease sectional tensions by addressing the status of territories acquired after the Mexican-American War. In theory, the measures were balanced. Popular sovereignty was introduced as a means to decide the fate of slavery in new territories, while concessions were made on both sides. Yet, in practice, the legislation served only as a temporary salve. The compromise, far from healing the deep wounds of division, merely postponed an inevitable confrontation. In heated committee rooms and on the floor of the Senate, voices clashed over the meaning of popular sovereignty and the proper role of federal authority, each argument exposing deeper fissures in the nation's soul. Political leaders such as Senator Stephen A. Douglas emerged as emblematic figures during this period, championing the principle of popular sovereignty as a way to let each new state decide its own destiny. Douglas's impassioned defense of local decision-making struck a chord with many who believed that a one-size-fits-all solution imposed by Washington was both impractical and unjust. Yet, even as his ideas gained traction, they inadvertently sowed the seeds of further discord. By shifting the decision to local ballots, the nation's contentious issue of slavery was transformed from an abstract legal debate into a series of local referenda, each one a potential flashpoint for violence and upheaval. The consequences of these political gambles were starkly evident in the territories themselves. In the newly organized regions, local communities became battlegrounds for competing ideologies. In Kansas, for example, pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers rushed into the territory, each side determined to tip the scales in their favor. The resulting violence, later known as Bleeding Kansas, became a grim precursor to the bloodshed that would eventually engulf the entire nation. What had begun as a theoretical debate in the halls of Congress now erupted into a tangible, brutal conflict on the frontier, underscoring the limits of political compromise when the stakes were nothing less than the future of millions of lives. Amid the clamor of political debate, personal stories of disillusionment and resolve also came to light. Consider the tale of Eleanor, a young schoolteacher from a small town in Ohio, whose family had long embraced the ideals of compromise and unity. Raised on the stories of national heroes who had once bridged divides with gentle persuasion, Eleanor found herself caught between two worlds. As the political rhetoric grew increasingly harsh and uncompromising, she began to question whether the ideals of her childhood were merely fantasies in the face of a brutal political reality. In quiet moments, she would pore over newspaper clippings and letters from friends in the South, trying to piece together the fragments of a nation that was rapidly unraveling. Eleanor's internal struggle mirrored the broader national crisis, a deep-seated desire to believe in unity, even as evidence mounted that the compromises of the past could no longer hold back the tide of division. Even as the political system buckled under the strain of partisan fervor, events in the courts further inflamed tensions. The landmark Dred Scott decision of 1857, for example, delivered a crushing blow to any hope of a peaceful resolution. In his ruling, Chief Justice Roger B. Taney declared that African Americans could not be citizens and that Congress had no authority to prohibit slavery in the territories. The decision sent shockwaves through both the North and South, cementing the perception that the federal government was irrevocably biased in favor of the Southern slaveholding order. For many Northerners, the ruling was a final, intolerable affront, a clear indication that the nation's political institutions were incapable of transcending the deep-seated injustices upon which they had been built. As the nation hurtled toward an uncertain future, the breakdown of compromise became not only a political inevitability, but also a moral crisis. The traditional mechanisms of negotiation and dialogue had been eroded by the relentless pressures of partisanship and ideological zeal. Each failed compromise, each bitter debate on the Senate floor, added another layer of mistrust between regions. Politicians who had once been willing to negotiate found themselves entangled in a web of moral absolutism and political brinkmanship. The prospect of reconciliation receded like a distant memory, replaced by a stark dichotomy. Either one stood for the uncompromising ideals of one's region, or one was labeled a traitor to the nation. In this charged atmosphere, the press emerged as both a catalyst and a reflection of the national mood. Newspapers in both the North and South became vehicles for partisan propaganda, their pages filled with incendiary language and unyielding denunciations of the other side. Editorials painted a picture of a nation in moral decay, a nation on the brink of self-destruction. The press, once a medium for objective reporting, now played an active role in fanning the flames of division, further eroding any semblance of common ground. The personal toll of political turmoil was not confined to the lofty chambers of government. It permeated everyday life. Families found themselves divided by the unyielding politics of the day. Long-standing friendships fractured as neighbors debated, often heatedly, the very essence of American identity. The sense of unity that had once characterized the American experiment was giving way to an atmosphere of suspicion and fear, where every political meeting or social gathering could turn into a battleground of ideas and accusations. It was in this climate of escalating tension that the political compromises of the past were rendered impotent. The inability of leaders on both sides to find common ground was not merely a failure of policy, but a profound indictment of a system that had lost its moral compass. The breakdown of compromise was not sudden. It was a slow, inexorable process, marked by a series of events that revealed the growing chasm between a nation's founding ideals and its lived reality. The debates in Washington, the violent clashes in Kansas, the impassioned speeches in local parliaments of thought, all were signposts along a dark road that seemed to lead only to further conflict and, eventually, war. As the 1850s wore on, the American public came to recognize that the era of conciliatory politics had passed. The cries for unity were drowned out by the roar of uncompromising rhetoric, and the hope for peaceful resolution was replaced by the grim realization that the nation was on the brink of an unprecedented internal conflict. The fragile bonds of compromise had splintered, leaving behind a legacy of political strife that would soon culminate in the most devastating conflict in American history. In retrospect, the political turmoil and breakdown of compromise during this period serve as a powerful reminder that even the most cherished institutions can falter when faced with the relentless pressures of competing ideologies and moral imperatives. The legacy of these turbulent years, filled with both the noble aspirations and tragic failures of compromise, continues to resonate in the American consciousness. It is a story of how a nation, founded on the promise of unity and guided by the belief in the power of negotiation, ultimately found itself divided by the very issues it had once sought to reconcile. The air in America in the late 1850s was thick with tension, a tension that would soon reach a boiling point in the presidential election of 1860. In this era of profound transformation and division, the nation stood on the precipice of a new chapter. The election of 1860 was not merely a contest of political platforms or the clashing of personalities. It was a referendum on the future of a country riven by the moral and economic conflicts surrounding slavery, states' rights, and the very meaning of freedom. Across bustling cities and quiet rural towns, debates flared and passions ignited, each citizen sensing that the outcome would shape the destiny of the nation. In the North, industrial progress and the clarion call of abolition had transformed public discourse. The Republican Party, emerging from the crucible of anti-slavery sentiment and reformist zeal, positioned itself as the champion of a modern, progressive America. Its candidate, Abraham Lincoln, represented a stark departure from the old political guard. Though Lincoln's personal background was modest, his steady demeanor and articulate arguments resonated deeply with Northern voters who believed that the nation's moral and economic future depended on a decisive break with the institution of slavery. For many, his candidacy was a beacon of hope, a promise of a future in which every citizen might enjoy the fruits of liberty and innovation. Across the sprawling plantations of the South, however, the political landscape was dominated by a fierce determination to preserve a way of life that had been built over generations. For the Southern states, the institution of slavery was not merely an economic necessity. It was the linchpin of a deeply ingrained cultural identity. The South's political response to the rising power of the Republicans was fragmented. The Democratic Party, which had long held sway in these regions, split into factions. Southern Democrats rallied behind John Breckinridge, a candidate whose platform explicitly defended the institution of slavery and states' rights, while Northern Democrats, seeking a middle path, threw their support behind Stephen A. Douglas. In addition, a fourth faction, the Constitutional Union Party, led by John Bell, emerged in an attempt to salvage the Union through compromise and a cautious, centrist approach. The campaign trail was a maelstrom of impassioned speeches, partisan pamphlets, and relentless debate. In smoky meeting halls and on crowded street corners, speakers extolled the virtues of their candidates and denounced their opponents. In the North, the tone was one of determined reform, with abolitionists and industrialists alike proclaiming that the time had come to bring the peculiar institution to an end. They argued that the nation's destiny lay not in clinging to outdated practices, but in embracing modernity, a modernity in which every individual would be free to pursue their own happiness. In contrast, Southern orators warned that the very soul of their society was under threat. They spoke of honor, heritage, and the sanctity of a social order that had, for centuries, provided stability and prosperity. To them, the election was not a choice between political parties, but a battle for survival, a contest that would decide whether the South could continue its cherished traditions or be subsumed by a rapidly changing world. Amid this charged atmosphere, the figure of Abraham Lincoln began to loom large in the national imagination. His rise from humble beginnings to the forefront of national politics was a story that captured the hearts of many who believed in the American ideal of self-made success. Yet Lincoln was no demagogue. His measured tone and careful reasoning conveyed a sense of gravitas and moral clarity. Throughout his campaign, He consistently maintained that his opposition to slavery was rooted in pragmatic concerns about the nation's future rather than in a radical moral crusade. In speeches delivered in towns and cities across the North, he spoke not only of emancipation but also of the need for unity, economic progress, and a reimagining of what it meant to be an American in an era of rapid change. Even as Lincoln's message gained traction, however, the deep divisions within the country became ever more apparent. In the election's early months, reports of voter enthusiasm and political rallies underscored the stark regional differences. In northern cities, supporters gathered in factories and town halls, their voices rising in unison as they chanted slogans that celebrated liberty and modernity. Newspaper headlines proclaimed the rise of a new political order, one that promised to steer the nation away from the moral quagmire of slavery. In the South, the response was diametrically opposed. In grand courthouses and under the shade of ancient oaks, Southern voters listened intently as local leaders decried the Northern aggression that they believed threatened their very existence. For many Southerners, the prospect of electing a president who opposed slavery was unthinkable. It was seen as a declaration that the nation's moral compass was irrevocably skewed, one that would ultimately render their way of life obsolete. The campaign reached a crescendo in the summer of 1860. As the election drew near, the polarization intensified. Political rallies became charged events, with heated debates that often escalated into bitter exchanges. In one memorable gathering in a bustling northern town, a speaker rose before a crowd of fervent supporters and declared that the election was a battle for the soul of our nation. His voice trembled with passion as he recounted the suffering endured by millions under the yoke of slavery and implored his listeners to embrace the promise of a united, free America. In response, in the South, a counter-rally echoed with voices that emphasized honor, destiny, and the right to self-determination. There, speakers warned that the election of Lincoln and his allies would lead to the disintegration of Southern society, a prospect that filled many with dread and indignation. As Election Day approached, the repercussions of the divided political landscape began to materialize in startling ways. Many Southern states, convinced that the outcome would be disastrous, began to contemplate the unthinkable. The notion of secession, a drastic and irrevocable step, was no longer a mere abstract possibility. In whispered conversations in stately parlors and behind closed doors in legislative halls, the seeds of secession were being sown. The fear that a Republican administration would impose policies inimical to the Southern way of life drove home the urgency of the moment. For many in the South, the election was not just a contest of personalities, but a harbinger of the future, a future in which their voice would be drowned out by the majority in a rapidly evolving nation. When the results were finally tallied, the stark regional divisions could no longer be ignored. Abraham Lincoln, having carried almost every northern state, emerged as the clear victor. In the South, however, Lincoln's victory was met not with resignation, but with outrage. The electoral map of 1860 had become a visual representation of the nation's fractured identity, a country split into two worlds with irreconcilable visions of freedom and progress. In cities and towns across the southern states, secessionist leaders began to mobilize. Meetings were held, declarations drafted, and a sense of impending crisis took hold. It was as though the very act of voting had drawn an invisible line in the sand, a line beyond which reconciliation was no longer possible. In the weeks that followed the election, the political landscape shifted dramatically. Southern states convened special sessions of their legislatures, and voices that had long advocated for a peaceful resolution now demanded immediate action. The idea of secession, once relegated to the fringes of political discourse, became the rallying cry for those who believed that the South had no choice but to extricate itself from a union that no longer respected its rights or values. Across the region, secessionist conventions were called, and state delegations began to align themselves with the belief that the election had rendered the existing political framework obsolete. The election of 1860, then, became the catalyst for a chain of events that would irrevocably alter the course of American history. What had begun as a contest of ideas and personalities had now evolved into a profound national crisis, one that would soon erupt into the violence of civil war. The divisions that the election exposed were not superficial. They were deep, historical wounds that had festered over decades. The momentous decision cast at the ballot box was both a reflection of the nation's present turmoil and a portent of the tumultuous events to come. In the final analysis, the election of 1860 was a turning point, a moment when the aspirations of a modern, unified America clashed with the entrenched traditions of a society unwilling to change. It was an election in which every vote carried the weight of history, and every voice was a testament to the dreams and despairs of a divided people. As the new president prepared to take office amid an atmosphere of uncertainty and fear, it was clear that the nation was hurtling toward a reckoning. The promises of democracy and liberty, so fervently declared by both sides, now faced the ultimate test. The secessionist fervor that gripped the South would soon force the nation to confront the question of whether a country founded on the principles of freedom and equality could survive when its own citizens were at war with one another. Thus, the election of 1860 stands as one of the most pivotal moments in American history, a moment when the hopes for a united future were shattered by irreconcilable differences, setting the stage for a conflict that would reshape the nation forever. As the shock waves of the 1860 presidential election reverberated through the southern states, a profound transformation began to take shape, a transformation that would forever alter the fabric of the nation. In the wake of Abraham Lincoln's victory, a palpable sense of betrayal and dread settled over the South. The political landscape, once defined by long-standing traditions and a fiercely independent spirit, now faced an existential crisis. The idea of secession, which until recently had been whispered among a few disillusioned voices, erupted into a full-scale movement. In towns and plantations, in legislative halls and on candlelit porches, Southern leaders and citizens alike debated the only course of action they believed could preserve their way of life: the dissolution of the Union and the creation of a new nation built on the principles of states' rights and the preservation of slavery. In December 1860, the first decisive act was taken by South Carolina. In a historic convention held in Columbia, impassioned speeches echoed through the chamber as delegates, their faces set with grim determination, unanimously resolved to secede. For many in South Carolina, secession was not merely a political maneuver. It was a sacred duty, a necessary stand against what they perceived as northern tyranny. The delegates argued that the Union had become irreparably tainted by the forces of abolitionism and centralization of power, which threatened their economic prosperity and social order. As the vote was cast, a heavy silence fell over the room, a silence that spoke volumes of the resolve and finality of the moment. In that decisive vote, South Carolina became the first state to sever its ties with the Union, setting a precedent that would soon spread like wildfire throughout the South. The secession of South Carolina ignited a chain reaction. Over the ensuing months, states including Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas followed suit. In each state, local conventions were convened under an atmosphere thick with apprehension and fervor. In the back rooms of ornate courthouses and the porches of sprawling plantations, leaders deliberated with a mix of fiery passion and sorrowful resignation. They spoke of honor, heritage, and the divine right to self-governance, a right they believed was being trampled by an increasingly oppressive federal government. In these gatherings, the language of secession became almost poetic, a declaration of independence couched in the rhetoric of destiny and states' rights. The secessionists contended that the Union, by refusing to protect their economic interests and cultural values, had effectively forfeited its own legitimacy. With each passing day, the momentum for secession grew, as more Southerners saw it as the only way to secure the future of their region. In the public squares and town meetings, citizens debated the wisdom of secession with equal parts hope and trepidation. For many, the prospect of forming a new nation was imbued with a sense of revival, a chance to build a society that honored their traditions and safeguarded their economic livelihood. The vision was one of a confederacy built on the ideals of local autonomy, where each state retained its sovereignty and every community could govern its own affairs without interference from a distant federal authority. Yet, amid the optimism lay the unmistakable pain of division, a division that would split families, friends, and neighbors as loyalties were redrawn along newly forged lines. Amid this atmosphere of passionate resolve and emerging defiance, figures emerged to guide the fledgling movement. Among them was Jefferson Davis, a former senator and military officer whose dignified bearing and impassioned speeches made him a natural leader. Davis, though initially reluctant to assume the mantle of national leadership, gradually found his place as the voice of the South, a voice that spoke of honor, sacrifice, and the necessity of standing firm in the face of overwhelming opposition. In his speeches, he warned that secession was not an act of rebellion, but a return to the principles upon which the American Revolution had been fought. For Davis and his supporters, the Confederacy was destined to become a beacon of states' rights and self-determination, a nation that would preserve the Southern way of life against all odds. As state after state declared its independence from the Union, the legal and political processes of secession took shape. Special legislative sessions were convened, during which lawmakers drafted resolutions and declarations that set forth their grievances and the philosophical underpinnings of their decision. In these documents, the language of liberty was repurposed to justify a radical new order, one that portrayed secession as a defensive measure, a bulwark against the encroachment of Northern abolitionist ideals. The declarations were imbued with a sense of inevitability, as if the course of history had long been predestined to lead to this moment of separation. Every clause, every carefully chosen word, was intended to reaffirm that the Southern states were not reneging on a bargain, but reclaiming a birthright. In the midst of these momentous events, ordinary citizens found themselves swept up in the tide of history. In a small town in Georgia, for example, families gathered in churches and community halls to hear local preachers extol the virtues of independence. The sermons were laced with biblical allusions and calls to divine justice, suggesting that their struggle was not only political but also spiritual. In homes across the South, children listened wide-eyed to the stories of their forefathers, who had fought for freedom and independence during the Revolutionary War. These narratives, passed down through generations, were now being recast in the light of a new conflict. A conflict that promised to reaffirm the ancient values of honor, sacrifice, and the right to self-govern. The birth of the Confederacy was not a single event, but rather a gradual and often tumultuous process. In some regions, the transition was met with jubilation, as the formal act of secession was celebrated with parades, public readings of declarations, and spirited gatherings that underscored a collective determination to forge a new destiny. In others, however, there was a more somber mood, a recognition that the path ahead would be fraught with hardship and the potential for devastating conflict. In the days and weeks following secession, Southern newspapers brimmed with both triumphant proclamations and grim prognostications. Editorials debated the merits of the new Confederation, while letters to the editor revealed a deeply personal mix of hope and despair. Every headline, every printed word, contributed to the mythos of a nation reborn, even as it acknowledged the profound cost of division. As the Confederate States gathered under the banner of a new nation, the practical challenges of uniting disparate regions began to emerge. Differences in economic interests, local customs, and political traditions threatened to fragment the movement even as the rhetoric of unity prevailed. Leaders like Jefferson Davis worked tirelessly to weave together the diverse threads of Southern identity into a cohesive tapestry. In lengthy addresses before state assemblies and at national conventions, they stressed that the Confederacy was founded on a shared commitment to freedom and self-determination, a commitment that transcended regional differences. They argued that in a free and independent South, each state could thrive according to its unique strengths while contributing to a collective destiny. Yet, even as the Confederacy took shape on paper and in spirit, the enormity of the coming struggle loomed large. Southern leaders were acutely aware that their decision to secede would provoke a fierce response from the North. Military preparations began in earnest, and the newly minted Confederate government faced the daunting task of establishing institutions that could govern a war-torn nation. In the legislative chambers of Richmond, Virginia, debates raged over everything from the structure of the new government to the allocation of resources for an inevitable conflict. Amid the legal wrangling and political maneuvering, there was a unifying sense of purpose, a determination to safeguard a way of life at any cost. As the summer of 1861 approached, the Confederacy stood on the precipice of a new era. The declarations of secession, the impassioned speeches of leaders, and the fervor of everyday citizens had coalesced into a movement that promised to rewrite the course of history. The South, united under a banner of defiance and hope, had embraced its destiny as a separate nation. Yet, behind the patriotic rhetoric lay the stark reality of division and loss, a future in which the bonds of kinship and shared history would be tested to their breaking point. In the hearts of those who had chosen secession, there burned a fierce pride tempered by the sobering knowledge that the price of independence would be measured in blood and sacrifice. In the ensuing days, as the Confederate government took its first tentative steps toward establishing a new national identity, the South prepared for the inevitability of war. Armies were raised, fortifications built, and strategies devised to defend the hard-won gains of secession. The spirit of the Confederacy was encapsulated in the solemn determination of its people, a determination to secure a future where the ideals of states' rights and local sovereignty would prevail against the forces of a centralized government. The birth of the Confederacy, forged in the crucible of secession, had become both a declaration of independence and a call to arms, a call that would soon echo across battlefields and forever reshape the destiny of the nation. In this chapter of transformation and defiance, the South's secession was more than a political act. It was an emotional and cultural rupture that forever altered the landscape of American history. The Confederacy, born out of a desire to preserve a way of life and a belief in the righteousness of local autonomy, now faced the daunting task of carving out a new identity in a world poised for conflict. The road ahead was uncertain and perilous, but in the hearts of those who had embraced secession, there was an unyielding conviction that their cause was just. Their resolve, mingled with both hope and sorrow, would serve as the foundation upon which the Confederacy would attempt to build a future free from the constraints of a divided Union. In the early morning hours of April 12, 1861, a single shot rang out over Charleston Harbor, a sound that would forever change the course of American history. Fort Sumter, a modest but strategically significant federal outpost in South Carolina, had long stood as a symbol of Union authority in a region where that authority was increasingly questioned. The events that unfolded at Fort Sumter were not the result of a premeditated plan for war, but rather the culmination of years of simmering tensions, mutual suspicion, and the inescapable collision of ideologies. In that fateful morning, as cannons roared and smoke filled the air, the spark that ignited a nationwide conflagration was lit. 4 years prior, Fort Sumter had been a silent sentinel perched in the harbor, a tangible reminder of federal power in a state that had grown hostile to the Union. Constructed after the War of 1812 and named in honor of General Thomas Sumter, the fort was never designed to be a formidable military bastion. Instead, it served as an administrative outpost, a tool of governance meant to enforce federal law and maintain a tenuous connection between the southern states and the national government. But by the 1860s, its symbolic value had grown exponentially. In the eyes of the secessionist South, the fort represented everything they had come to reject, an illegitimate authority imposed by a government that no longer respected their way of life. In Charleston Harbor, the political landscape was as turbulent as the restless Atlantic waters that lapped at its shores. The declaration of secession by South Carolina and several other states had polarized opinions across the region. In Charleston itself, public sentiment had hardened into a fierce determination to assert independence, a resolve that permeated every discussion and street corner. For many Southerners, the continued presence of Fort Sumter was a daily affront, a stark, immovable reminder of a Union that had failed to protect their interests. Against this backdrop, a decision to seize the fort was made not with the calculated cruelty of premeditated aggression, but with the fervor of a people driven to reclaim their dignity. The morning of April 12th dawned with a heavy, humid stillness, a portentous calm that belied the storm about to be unleashed. Inside Fort Sumter, a small garrison of Union soldiers, led by Major Robert Anderson, maintained a stoic vigilance despite knowing that their very presence was anathema to the local populace. The men were aware that they were caught in a moral and political no-man's land, too southern for the northern states, yet too unionist for the secessionist hearts beating fervently in Charleston. Their isolation was palpable. As the day advanced, word had spread that Confederate forces were amassing outside the harbor, their eyes fixed on the forlorn outpost. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the Confederate artillery units took their positions around the fort. The air was thick with tension, a silence broken only by the distant murmur of soldiers and the occasional cry of a sentry. With the rising sun came the realization that this day would mark an irrevocable turning point. Confederate officers, emboldened by the recent declarations of independence and the fervor of secession, prepared to assert their claim over what they viewed as rightfully theirs. Their orders were clear: force the surrender of Fort Sumter. For Major Anderson and his men, the morning was a crucible of duty and despair. Their supplies were dwindling, their reinforcements uncertain, and their morale a fragile barrier against the inevitability of conflict. Yet, in their hearts, they clung to a belief in the righteousness of the Union cause, a conviction that had sustained them through previous challenges. Anderson knew that the impending bombardment was not merely an attack on a military installation. It was a direct challenge to the legitimacy of the nation itself. As he paced the narrow corridors of the fort, he contemplated the sacrifices that lay ahead, aware that the actions taken on this day would echo through history for generations to come. When the first salvo of Confederate cannon fire shattered the silence, it was as if the heavens themselves had cracked open. The sharp report of artillery was followed by a tumult of explosions, each impact sending tremors through the ancient stone walls of Fort Sumter. The Confederate shells, laden with explosive intent, began to rain down upon the outpost, their trajectory precise and unrelenting. Inside, the Union soldiers sought cover behind parapets and walls that, despite their age, could do little to stop the barrage. The deafening cacophony of metal and stone mingled with the anguished cries of men facing an uncertain fate. For the Confederates, the bombardment of Fort Sumter was as much an act of reclamation as it was an act of war. With each exploding shell, they sought to reclaim not just a piece of territory, but a piece of their identity, a defiant assertion that the South would no longer tolerate the shadow of Union authority. The artillery officers, standing on the ramparts of their hastily erected emplacements, coordinated their fire with a precision born of both training and desperation. They knew that if they could force Major Anderson to surrender, it would send a resounding message to the secessionist states and, perhaps, force the reluctant Union into a conflict from which there would be no retreat. Amid the chaos, individual stories of courage and despair emerged. Some soldiers, whose faces were etched with the lines of exhaustion and fear, clung to their rifles as if they were talismans of hope. Others, knowing the futility of their situation, fought with a fervor born of duty, each man aware that he was part of something far greater than himself, a struggle for the very soul of the nation. In whispered conversations between the cannon blasts, there were murmurs of regret for a country that had once been united, and of the inevitability of the bloodshed that would follow. Yet even in those moments of quiet resignation, there was an undercurrent of determination, a shared understanding that the fate of the Union rested on the courage to stand firm against overwhelming odds. Back in Charleston, the people watched with a mixture of elation and apprehension as the bombardment continued. For many secessionists, the fall of Fort Sumter was a necessary act of liberation, a reclaiming of sovereignty that had been denied for too long. The public squares were filled with citizens who cheered the distant explosions, each burst a triumphant declaration of independence. Yet, even amid the fervor, there was a lingering recognition of the grave consequences that would soon befall the nation. The images of smoke billowing from the harbor were etched into the collective memory, a stark reminder that a war, long avoided and bitterly debated, had finally begun. As the hours wore on and the relentless bombardment wore at the fort's defenses, Major Anderson was forced to confront an agonizing truth. Despite the valor and discipline of his troops, the situation had reached a point where further resistance was not only futile, but would only lead to needless loss of life. In a final act of reluctant resolve, Anderson decided that surrender was the only path to preserving what little honor and life remained for his men. With a heavy heart, he signaled his intention to capitulate to the Confederates, a decision that reverberated far beyond the walls of Fort Sumter. The formal surrender of Fort Sumter was a moment imbued with both sorrow and a grim sense of inevitability. Confederate soldiers entered the fort not as conquerors in a conventional sense, but as custodians of a newly declared nation, tasked with reclaiming a symbol of Union power. The surrender marked the end of an era of relative calm and the beginning of an open, all-consuming war. It was a moment of profound symbolism. A small fort, once a silent outpost, had now become the stage upon which the bitter and bloody struggle for America's future would be played out. In the aftermath of that historic day, as the echoes of cannon fire faded into memory, the nation began to reckon with the reality of what had transpired. The fall of Fort Sumter was more than a military setback. It was the catalyst that transformed simmering political disagreements into an explosive confrontation. Across the country, newspapers and pamphlets spread the news, each retelling the events with a fervor that underscored the gravity of the moment. In the North, shock and dismay gave way to a call for unity and mobilization. In the South, a sense of vindication mingled with the daunting prospect of a long and bitter conflict. The legacy of Fort Sumter endures as a potent symbol of the moment when diplomacy failed and war became inevitable. It was a spark that set aflame the deeply divided heart of a nation, igniting a conflict that would last 4 long years and reshape every facet of American society. The story of Fort Sumter is a testament to the power of symbols, the weight of history, and the tragic consequences when a nation's ideals are torn asunder by intractable divisions. As the sun set on that tumultuous day, the harbor lay silent, its waters reflecting the sorrow and the determination of a people on the brink of an uncertain future. The fate of the nation now hung in the balance, suspended between the hopes of reunion and the grim reality of war. In that suspended moment, Fort Sumter stood not only as a relic of a fading past, but as a harbinger of the fierce struggle that would determine the future of the United States. The summer of 1861 arrived with an almost tangible sense of foreboding as the nation braced itself for the inevitable clash between two divergent visions of America. In the early months of the Civil War, the brutality and uncertainty of battle began to replace the lofty rhetoric that had characterized political debates. Now, soldiers, both volunteer and conscript, found themselves thrust into a conflict that was as much about the harsh realities of combat as it was about ideology and destiny. The first major clash at Manassas, better known as the Battle of Bull Run, served as a brutal awakening for a nation that had imagined a short, decisive conflict. In this chapter, we follow the unfolding of these early battles and the raw, unfiltered reality of war that would come to define the American Civil War. On a sweltering July day in 1861, a motley assembly of young soldiers from across the Union converged on the outskirts of Manassas, Virginia. These men, filled with a mix of patriotic fervor and youthful bravado, had marched with the hope that they were about to secure a swift victory, a victory that would reunite the nation and end the crisis that had divided it. The verdant fields and gentle rolling hills of northern Virginia, however, were about to be transformed into a theater of chaos and carnage. The Battle of Bull Run unfolded with a sudden, violent intensity. As the Union forces advanced, the thundering rhythm of drums and bugle calls gave way to the cacophony of musket fire, clashing sabers, and the anguished cries of wounded men. In the smoke and dust, lines blurred between friend and foe as soldiers charged, recoiled, and fell. The idealism that had buoyed many at the start of the war quickly gave way to the grim reality that combat was neither neat nor honorable. Amid the confusion, individual acts of courage were intermingled with moments of disarray. Some Union soldiers fought with the determination of men who believed in a cause greater than themselves. Others, overwhelmed by the tumult, could barely comprehend the scale of the disaster unfolding before them. For the Confederates, the battle at Bull Run was equally transformative. Many Southern soldiers, fighting on what they perceived as their native soil, felt an almost mystical connection to the land. This fervor, honed through years of regional pride and the belief in the righteousness of their cause, translated into a fierce, desperate defense. Confederate commanders, despite grappling with the inexperience of many of their troops, managed to coordinate a defense that took advantage of the local terrain, the wooded ridges, hidden ditches, and the unpredictable bends of the nearby stream. These natural features, once scenic and tranquil, now became vital assets in a desperate bid to repel an enemy determined to march on the Confederate capital. The battle's outcome defied the naive expectations of both sides. In the end, the Confederates emerged victorious, not because of any masterful stroke of military genius, but rather through the chaotic interplay of chance, courage, and the harsh lessons of inexperience. The Union retreat was a sobering reminder that war was no theater of swift, heroic triumphs. It was an arena where the human cost was measured in lives shattered and dreams deferred. The echoes of that tumultuous day reverberated far beyond the blood-soaked fields of Bull Run. Across the country, the myth of a short and glorious conflict was irreparably shattered. As the smoke from Bull Run slowly cleared, it revealed a stark and unsettling truth. The realities of war were far removed from the patriotic songs and stirring speeches that had once filled recruitment halls. In makeshift hospitals and temporary camps, the wounded and dying bore silent testimony to the brutality of combat. The grim faces of soldiers, some of whom had barely taken their first breaths in uniform, became a sobering emblem of the sacrifice that war demanded. Families back home, who had once seen enlistment as a noble duty, now faced the harrowing uncertainty of letters delayed or lost amid the chaos of battle. Yet Bull Run was only the beginning. In the months that followed, a series of early battles in both the eastern and western theaters deepened the collective realization that the war would be long, arduous, and marked by unrelenting hardship. In the east, as Union forces attempted to advance toward Richmond, the Confederate capital, their progress was continually stymied by the rugged defenses and tactical ingenuity of Southern commanders. The skirmishes around key locations, from small engagements in the fields of Virginia to the intermittent clashes near the banks of the Rappahannock River, further underscored that victory could not be rushed. Each battle carried its own tragic narrative. At times, the chaos of combat would give rise to poignant, almost surreal moments. A young soldier clutching a tattered photograph of his family as he charged into enemy lines, a Confederate drummer boy whose rhythmic beats punctuated the din of battle, or a quiet lull in the fighting when opposing sides, weary from the relentless barrage, silently acknowledged their shared humanity, even if only for a brief moment. These instances, fleeting as they were, spoke to a common tragedy: the undeniable cost of conflict on individual lives, regardless of the side on which they fought. The lessons of these early battles extended far beyond tactical maneuvers or the valor of individual soldiers. They laid bare the profound transformation that war imposed on society. Commanders on both sides were forced to confront the inescapable truth that the idealism of youth was being eroded by the weight of reality. The initial confidence that had fueled mass enlistments gradually gave way to a cautious pragmatism as men realized that the theater of war was governed by both strategy and the brutal laws of attrition. The art of command became as much about managing dwindling resources, preserving morale, and maintaining discipline as it was about orchestrating maneuvers on the battlefield. For civilians, the early battles of the Civil War were a jarring encounter with the fragility of the world they had known. Towns that once thrived on commerce and community suddenly found themselves in the path of armies. The distant rumble of cannon fire and the tremors of marching soldiers became an unwelcome soundtrack to daily life. Families were forced to confront the possibility that the ideals they had cherished might be extinguished by the fires of conflict. In letters and diary entries that have survived to this day, civilians recounted not only the fear and uncertainty of living in a war zone, but also the resilience with which communities sought to rebuild their lives amidst the ruin. As the war expanded beyond the early engagements, its scope grew to encompass not only the physical battlefields, but also the ideological battlegrounds within every heart and mind. The initial shock of battles like Bull Run catalyzed a deeper, more pervasive understanding of the war's stakes. Soldiers began to grasp that every victory was accompanied by an equal measure of loss, and every tactical success on the field could not erase the profound sorrow of lives altered or ended in an instant. In the aftermath of each engagement, military leaders and common soldiers alike were forced to reckon with the reality that the war would test the limits of endurance, both physical and emotional. This realization permeated every facet of the conflict. The early battles served as grim preludes to the long and bloody campaigns that would follow. In the Eastern Theater, major engagements such as the battles around the Potomac River and the struggles in the shadow of Richmond would come to define the war's brutal cadence. In the Western Theater, skirmishes along rivers and railroads underscored the strategic importance of logistics and the far-reaching consequences of each confrontation. Though the strategies and landscapes varied, the underlying theme was the same. A nation was being torn apart by a conflict that spared neither glory nor grief. In retrospect, the early battles of the Civil War, with Bull Run at the forefront, stand as both a historical turning point and a somber reflection of human cost. They stripped away the veneer of romanticized warfare and exposed the raw, unyielding nature of combat. In the fields where young men once marched with hopeful hearts, the scars of battle became enduring memorials to a conflict that would reshape the nation in profound and irrevocable ways. As dusk settled on the battlefields of early engagements, a quiet, haunting silence replaced the clamor of combat. The fallen lay scattered amidst trampled grass and broken artillery, and the wounded, many too numerous to count, awaited uncertain fates in hastily constructed hospitals. In that silence, the enormity of what had transpired was palpable. The early battles had not only set the stage for a protracted conflict, but had also irrevocably altered the collective psyche of a nation. The dreams of swift victory had been replaced by the grim understanding that the road ahead would be paved with sacrifice and loss. Thus, the early battles and the raw reality of war became the crucible in which the character of the Civil War was forged. A crucible that would test the very soul of a nation. The lessons learned in those first violent encounters would echo through the subsequent years of conflict, shaping military tactics, influencing political decisions, and leaving an indelible mark on the national consciousness. In every battle, From the chaotic fury of Bull Run to the measured, strategic engagements that followed, the human cost of division was laid bare, a cost that would continue to resonate long after the final cannon had fallen silent. As the drums of conflict pounded relentlessly in the wake of early battles, America found itself on the brink of a transformation that would redefine the very nature of warfare. No longer was combat confined solely to the battlefield, fought by professional soldiers in neat lines. Instead, the nation was gradually being mobilized into an all-encompassing war effort, one that would blur the lines between military and civilian life. This chapter explores the evolution of mobilization and the emergence of the total war concept, a strategy that would come to dictate not only military operations but also the economic, social, and political fabric of the country during the Civil War. In the earliest days of the conflict, it was assumed that the war would be a brief and decisive affair, a conflict limited to a few spectacular battles, after which peace would quickly be restored. However, as the fighting dragged on and the scale of destruction mounted, it became clear to both Union and Confederate leaders that the war would demand an unprecedented commitment of resources. The realization that victory would depend on the collective strength of entire societies, not just professional armies, prompted an all-out mobilization effort across the nation. Mobilization meant a radical reordering of priorities, as entire communities were thrust into the war effort. In the North, industrial might and vast transportation networks were marshaled to support the military. Factories that had once produced everyday goods were rapidly retooled to churn out muskets, cannons, ammunition, and uniforms. The hum of machinery in these industrial centers became the heartbeat of a nation at war. Skilled workers, engineers, and even those once employed in less strategic sectors found themselves enlisted into what was essentially a national workshop, one where every bolt and piece of metal contributed to the larger effort to preserve the Union. In bustling urban centers like New York, Philadelphia, and Chicago, a spirit of determined industriousness pervaded the air. The governments at state and local levels coordinated closely with private industries, establishing committees to oversee production quotas, ensure fair distribution of resources, and manage the logistics of transporting supplies to the front lines. Railroads, the arteries of American commerce, were given new life as they shuttled troops, equipment, and raw materials across vast distances. The clang of train whistles and the steady chug of locomotives became synonymous with the Union war machine, a symbol of progress and collective resolve. Across the Atlantic seaboard in the Confederacy, the picture was markedly different. The South, with its agrarian economy and fewer industrial resources, faced the daunting challenge of mobilizing a society built largely on the backs of enslaved labor. Yet, even in the face of severe limitations, Southern leaders and citizens strove to harness every available asset in their struggle. Plantations and farms, which had long been the economic backbone of the region, were repurposed to support the war effort. Agricultural produce was diverted from the markets to feed both soldiers and civilians, and local workshops sprang up to repair and manufacture essential supplies. In many ways, the Confederacy's mobilization was a testament to the ingenuity of a people determined to resist what they saw as Northern aggression, even if that ingenuity was hampered by a chronic shortage of industrial infrastructure. As armies grew and the logistics of war became ever more complex, the concept of total war began to take shape. Total war was not simply about deploying vast numbers of troops or amassing an arsenal of modern weaponry. It was about waging a conflict that permeated every level of society. In this strategy, every citizen, every resource, and every facet of the economy was harnessed for the war effort. The distinction between combatants and non-combatants began to blur, as the home front became an active theatre of war. Factories were not merely production centres, they became symbols of national resilience. Citizens, regardless of their station in life, were called upon to contribute, whether by working long shifts in munitions plants, volunteering in hospital wards, or even participating in local defense initiatives. This radical reorientation had profound implications for both the Union and the Confederacy. In the North, the mobilization drive was bolstered by the region's economic diversity and industrial capacity. The government enacted policies that not only increased production, but also introduced a new kind of wartime economy, one in which state intervention was a necessary tool to secure victory. The establishment of agencies to coordinate labor, manage supply lines, and oversee the distribution of goods marked a departure from peacetime practices. Workers began to see themselves as part of a larger, unified effort, and even small acts, such as rationing or the collection of scrap metal, became acts of patriotic duty. In the streets of northern cities, patriotic posters and banners urged citizens to do your bit for the Union, while newspapers chronicled the heroic efforts of those on the home front. In contrast, the Confederacy struggled with similar mobilization efforts amid dire constraints. Lacking the industrial infrastructure of the North, Southern leaders turned increasingly to local initiatives and grassroots organization. Communities held town meetings to coordinate food supplies, care for wounded soldiers, and even construct rudimentary defensive fortifications around their towns. Despite these efforts, the challenges were immense. The shortage of manufactured goods, coupled with the constant threat of Union blockades, made it difficult for the Confederacy to maintain the momentum needed for sustained resistance. Yet, the spirit of total war in the South was perhaps best exemplified by the resolute determination of its people to fight on despite overwhelming odds. Every resource, every bale of cotton, every horse, every ounce of manpower was seen as a critical element in the struggle for independence. The concept of total war also extended into the realm of strategy and tactics on the battlefield. Military commanders on both sides began to adopt strategies that were designed to not only defeat enemy forces in combat, but also to cripple their capacity to wage war. For the Union, this meant targeting the very infrastructure that sustained the Southern war effort. Railroads, factories, and communication lines were all considered legitimate targets in a campaign designed to sap the enemy's resources and morale. General Ulysses S. Grant, for example, recognized that victory would not be secured by simply defeating enemy armies in the field. It required dismantling the economic and logistical networks that underpinned the Confederate war machine. His campaigns, marked by relentless pressure and strategic encirclement, were as much about disrupting supply lines and infrastructure as they were about direct combat. On the Southern Front, the nature of total war meant that even local communities found themselves under siege. As Union forces advanced into Confederate territory, they did not limit themselves to conventional battle lines. Instead, they engaged in scorched earth tactics, destroying farms, railroads, and other resources that might be used by the enemy. These actions, though controversial, reflected a new understanding of war's total nature. When an entire society is mobilized for conflict, every asset becomes a potential battlefield. The resulting devastation left deep scars on the Southern landscape and on the collective memory of its people, a grim reminder of the costs of total mobilization. The psychological impact of total war on civilian populations was profound. In both the North and the South, the war was no longer confined to the distant front lines. It had become an intimate part of everyday life. Families found themselves separated as men went off to fight, while women and children took on roles that had once been considered the exclusive domain of men. Schools, churches, and community centers became rallying points for local support networks, where news from the front was eagerly awaited and shared. The very fabric of society was rewoven with threads of resilience, sacrifice, and a newfound sense of collective purpose. Yet, this all-encompassing mobilization also brought with it the heavy burden of loss and hardship, a reality that would forever alter the way nations perceived war. The evolution of mobilization and total war during the Civil War left a legacy that resonated far beyond the immediate conflict. It transformed the relationship between the state and its citizens, ushering in an era in which the demands of national survival justified unprecedented levels of government intervention in economic and social life. The lessons learned during this period would go on to influence military and civilian strategies in wars to come. For modern historians, the Civil War stands as a watershed moment, a clear demonstration that in times of existential crisis, the boundaries between the battlefield and the home front can dissolve entirely, forcing every member of society to become an active participant in the struggle for survival. As the war continued, the full impact of total war became increasingly evident. The relentless pace of mobilization, the sacrifices demanded of every citizen, and the sheer scale of resources committed to the conflict reshaped American society. The war was no longer a series of isolated battles fought by professional soldiers. It had become a war of attrition, one in which every grain of rice, every bolt of cloth, and every heartbeat played a role in the struggle between two fundamentally different visions of the nation. Both Union and Confederate leaders recognized that the ultimate victory would not be determined solely by the outcome of battles, but by the enduring ability of their societies to sustain the war effort over the long haul. In the midst of this maelstrom of industrial production, military strategy, and civilian sacrifice, individuals emerged as emblematic figures of total war. Stories abound of ordinary citizens, factory workers, farmers, school teachers, whose contributions to the war effort proved as critical as the feats of battlefield commanders. Their lives, often marked by hardship and personal loss, became intertwined with the larger narrative of a nation fighting for its very soul. For many, the experience of total war was both a crucible and a catalyst, a moment when the shared struggle forged bonds of solidarity that transcended regional, economic, and even racial divides. Ultimately, the mobilization and total war strategies deployed during the Civil War redefined the nature of modern conflict. They underscored that when a nation is faced with the prospect of existential peril, the entire society, its industry, its economy, its civilian spirit, must be harnessed to meet the challenge head-on. The profound transformation that took place during this period set the stage for future conflicts, leaving an indelible mark on the collective memory of a nation that would forever bear the scars and the hard-won lessons of total war. In the midst of a nation torn asunder, one man's steady resolve began to shine as a beacon of hope and determination. Abraham Lincoln, the unlikely leader from humble origins, emerged during the dark days of the Civil War as both a visionary and a crisis manager. His leadership was marked by the convergence of personal integrity, political acumen, and a moral clarity that would redefine the future of a nation divided. This chapter delves into Lincoln's multifaceted role during the war, a journey that saw him balancing the demands of military strategy, the shifting tide of public sentiment, and the profound moral imperative of emancipation. Lincoln's rise to the presidency was itself a story of resilience. Born in a log cabin and largely self-taught, he had long harbored a deep commitment to the principles of equality and liberty, even as the nation's institutions wavered under the weight of slavery and division. As the Civil War erupted, Lincoln found himself thrust into a crucible of crisis. His task was daunting: to preserve the Union while reconciling conflicting ideologies, a balancing act that required both empathy and firmness. His early days in office were filled with sleepless nights as he pored over dispatches from the front lines, met with military commanders, and weighed the consequences of each decision against the backdrop of an uncertain future. In the halls of the White House, Lincoln's leadership was characterized by a deliberate calm, a counterpoint to the chaos unfolding across battlefields and in public discourse. He convened meetings with advisers, often engaging in spirited debates that revealed not only the depth of his own thought, but also his willingness to listen. Lincoln's skill lay in his ability to distill complex issues into fundamental truths. Whether he was discussing strategy with seasoned generals or addressing the nation through carefully crafted speeches, his language was imbued with a rare mix of pragmatism and hope. His famous Gettysburg Address, though delivered years later, would come to symbolize his capacity to redefine the nation's purpose by invoking the timeless ideals of freedom and sacrifice. One of Lincoln's most profound challenges was navigating the political labyrinth that surrounded the issue of emancipation. 4 years the country had tolerated, and in many ways depended on, the institution of slavery, a system that, though economically entrenched, was morally indefensible in the eyes of many. As the war progressed, Lincoln's inner conflict deepened. He was acutely aware that the abolition of slavery would not only upend the social order of the South, but also risk alienating key segments of his own constituency in the North. Yet, as the cost of the conflict mounted and the sacrifices of countless soldiers underscored the nation's urgent need for renewal, his resolve to strike at the heart of slavery grew stronger. The decision to issue the Emancipation Proclamation was not taken lightly. In long, contemplative evenings spent in the quiet of the White House, Lincoln wrestled with the ethical and political dimensions of freeing enslaved people. He knew that emancipation would serve as a powerful moral statement, a rebuke to the institution that had divided the country for generations. Moreover, it would reshape the war itself, transforming a struggle to preserve a fractured union into a fight for human dignity and equality. With the issuance of the proclamation on January 1, 1863, Lincoln set in motion a cascade of changes. Enslaved people in Confederate-held territories were declared free, a move that not only undermined the economic foundations of the Confederacy, but also reoriented the moral compass of the conflict. Critics warned that the proclamation might further inflame sectional tensions, yet Lincoln persisted, convinced that the pursuit of justice demanded bold action. Lincoln's leadership extended far beyond the realm of political decrees and battlefield orders. It was his ability to communicate and connect with people, soldiers, citizens, and political adversaries alike, that defined his tenure. In numerous letters and speeches, he expressed a deep empathy for the human cost of war. One can imagine him, late at night by a flickering lamp, reading letters from wounded soldiers or consoling grieving families who had lost loved ones in the relentless tide of conflict. His compassion was not a sign of weakness. Rather, It was a source of strength that allowed him to confront the harsh realities of war without losing sight of his ultimate goal, a united nation that upheld the principles of freedom and equality. The toll of leadership weighed heavily on Lincoln. The burden of decision-making during a time of national crisis is seldom borne by one man alone. Yet Lincoln carried that responsibility with a measured dignity that endeared him to many. His correspondence with military commanders reveals a man who was not only a strategist but also a compassionate mentor. He challenged generals to be bold, yet he never shied away from acknowledging their human limitations. In his interactions, there was a recurring theme of unity, an insistence that despite the bitter divisions, the nation's strength lay in its ability to come together in the face of adversity. His famous letters to citizens and soldiers alike serve as enduring testaments to his belief that, even in the darkest moments, the light of liberty could guide the way forward. The impact of Lincoln's vision was felt in the transformation of the war's character itself. With the Emancipation Proclamation, the conflict took on a moral urgency that reverberated around the world. It redefined the stakes, compelling both Union and Confederate forces to confront the moral implications of their actions. For enslaved people, the war became a beacon of hope, a chance at freedom that had been denied for too long. As stories of escapes and clandestine efforts to join Union lines spread, the proclamation helped to galvanize support for the Union cause both domestically and internationally. It cast the war not only as a struggle for political survival, but as a moral crusade against an institution that was incompatible with the very ideals upon which America was founded. Despite the weight of responsibility, Lincoln managed to retain a sense of humor and humanity that often shone through even in the midst of grave circumstances. Accounts from those who worked closely with him speak of his gentle wit and the way he could disarm tension with a carefully timed remark or a shared laugh. This ability to balance gravity with levity was one of his most effective tools. It allowed him to forge bonds with his colleagues and gain the trust of even the staunchest critics. His leadership style was unconventional for a president of his time, yet it was precisely this blend of compassion, pragmatism, and unyielding determination that helped steer the Union through its darkest hours. As the war dragged on, the challenges grew ever more complex. Lincoln was forced to contend with political opposition from all sides, from radical Republicans who demanded even swifter action against slavery to conservative voices wary of alienating the southern states completely. Each day brought fresh dilemmas, difficult decisions that would shape not only the outcome of the conflict, but the very future of the nation. In a series of pivotal moments, Lincoln demonstrated that true leadership was not about avoiding hard choices, but about confronting them with clarity and resolve. He maintained that the preservation of the Union was inseparable from the cause of freedom, and his policies increasingly reflected that intertwined destiny. In the later years of the war, as Union victories began to mount and the Confederacy's resistance waned, Lincoln's vision for reconciliation took on new urgency. He envisioned a post-war America where the wounds of division could begin to heal and where the promise of emancipation would herald a new era of equality. In secret meetings and public addresses alike, he spoke of malice toward none and charity for all, urging a path of reconciliation that acknowledged the sacrifices of the past while laying the groundwork for a more unified future. His plans for Reconstruction were fraught with complexity and, in many ways, ahead of their time, a testament to his deep belief in the possibility of redemption even after the most harrowing conflict. As the war drew toward its conclusion, Lincoln's leadership left an indelible mark on the nation. His courage in the face of overwhelming adversity, his steadfast commitment to the principles of freedom, and his ability to inspire hope amid despair reshaped the national narrative. In a time when the very fabric of American society was being torn apart, Lincoln's vision of a united, free nation began to crystallize, a vision that would, in time, serve as the foundation for rebuilding the shattered Union. Abraham Lincoln's legacy is not confined to the annals of political history. It is woven into the everyday fabric of American life. The principles he championed, justice, equality, and the belief in the inherent dignity of every human being, continue to resonate today. His leadership during one of the most tumultuous periods in the nation's history serves as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of hope and moral conviction can guide a people toward redemption and renewal. In the quiet moments of reflection that followed the war, as the nation began the long process of healing, citizens remembered Lincoln not only as a wartime president, but as a moral leader whose vision had redefined what it meant to be American. His efforts to reconcile a divided nation and to ensure that the promise of emancipation was not merely a temporary measure, but a lasting commitment to human rights, remain a testament to the power of principled leadership. Through his words and actions, Lincoln demonstrated that the true measure of a leader lies in the ability to transform crisis into opportunity, a lesson that continues to inspire generations in the ongoing quest for justice and unity. In the deep, humid heat of the southern states, as the conflict between North and South grew ever more bitter, the leadership of the Confederacy found itself at a crossroads, tasked with not only waging war against a formidable enemy, but also managing a fragile coalition of states. Confederate commanders struggled to craft strategies that would leverage the strengths of their home soil while overcoming a host of internal challenges. The Confederate command was a tapestry woven with ambition, honor, political infighting, and the stark realities of limited resources, a tapestry whose every thread would ultimately be tested in the crucible of total war. At the helm of the Confederacy's military leadership stood Jefferson Davis, a man whose personal history as a former senator and military officer lent him both gravitas and a burden of expectation. Davis was no stranger to the complexities of governance, yet the weight of commanding an entire nation at war pressed heavily upon him. He believed that the South's cause was not merely a struggle for independence, but a sacred mission to preserve a way of life steeped in tradition, honor, and the belief in states' rights. Yet, as battles raged and the tide of war ebbed and flowed, Davis found that the challenges of unifying disparate state militias and forging a coherent military strategy were far more daunting than he had ever imagined. The Confederate command structure was, in many respects, an uneasy alliance of regional interests. Unlike the centralized military machine that the Union could marshal, the Confederacy was a coalition of states with their own traditions, priorities, and, at times, divergent visions of military strategy. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, Thomas "Stonewall" Jackson, and J.E.B. Stuart emerged as brilliant tacticians who could inspire troops with their audacity and skill on the battlefield. Yet, even these luminaries often found themselves at odds with the political leadership in Richmond, where decisions were filtered through layers of bureaucratic caution and regional loyalty. Robert E. Lee, whose reputation as a fearless and brilliant commander grew with each engagement, soon became the Confederacy's most celebrated military mind. His tactical brilliance on the field was matched by his ability to instill confidence in his men, many of whom saw him not just as a commander, but as a symbol of Southern resolve. Lee's strategy was one of flexibility. engaging in maneuvers designed to exploit the Union's vulnerabilities while avoiding protracted confrontations that could drain his already limited resources. Yet even Lee's genius was hampered by broader challenges: the lack of industrial support, inadequate supply lines, and the internal discord that sometimes threatened to splinter the Confederate command. One of the most persistent internal challenges was the discord among the Confederate states themselves. Each state brought its own political culture, economic interests, and military traditions to the alliance, and the absence of a unifying administrative structure made consensus difficult to achieve. Southern leaders often quarreled over resource allocation, strategic priorities, and even the basic conduct of the war. In many instances, these disputes were not merely academic. They directly affected the coordination of military campaigns. For example, disagreements over the allocation of food, ammunition, and reinforcements meant that some units found themselves isolated on the battlefield, forced to improvise in the face of overwhelming odds. The political infighting was compounded by the Confederacy's limited industrial base. Unlike the North, where railroads and factories churned out supplies at a prodigious rate, the Southern economy was still largely agrarian. This reality meant that even the most carefully crafted military strategy could falter when confronted with a shortage of essential supplies. General Lee's forces, despite their tactical brilliance, were often hampered by the lack of modern weaponry, sufficient food rations, and reliable transportation. The Confederate command, therefore, had to innovate continuously, repurposing local resources, relying on the ingenuity of civilian craftsmen, and, at times, even borrowing supplies from sympathetic local communities. The ingenuity of Southern commanders became legendary, but it was a temporary reprieve from the systemic shortcomings that threatened to undermine the war effort from within. Beyond these logistical challenges, the Confederate leadership was also forced to navigate the murky waters of public morale and political legitimacy. In the early days of secession, the people of the South rallied behind their leaders with a fervor born of a shared sense of destiny. Parades, public speeches, and impassioned sermons in local churches helped to galvanize a population determined to resist what they perceived as Northern aggression. However, as the war dragged on and the casualty lists grew longer, that initial fervor began to wane. Doubts crept into the hearts of even the most ardent supporters, and political factions within the South began to question whether the sacrifices were truly justified. Confederate generals, while masters of the battlefield, were also acutely aware that a prolonged war could erode the very spirit they sought to defend. In the midst of these trials, the personalities within the Confederate command played an outsized role. Jefferson Davis, ever the austere statesman, strove to project an image of unyielding resolve. Yet his sometimes imperious demeanor and resistance to delegation sowed seeds of discontent among his military counterparts. His close relationship with certain political allies and the perception that he favored some states over others only deepened existing divisions. Many of the field commanders, while respectful of Davis's vision, chafed at what they saw as micromanagement and a reluctance to empower regional commanders with the autonomy they needed to respond swiftly on the battlefield. Meanwhile, charismatic leaders such as Stonewall Jackson carved out their own niches. Jackson, known for his speed, decisiveness, and almost mystical aura, became a rallying point for soldiers across the South. His daring maneuvers and unyielding discipline on the field served as a counterpoint to the more measured, sometimes cumbersome approaches of other commanders. Yet even Jackson was not immune to the pressures of internal discord. The rapid pace at which he was expected to deliver results often placed him in precarious situations, where his calculated risks sometimes clashed with the more cautious strategies favored by his political superiors. His tragic death, a loss that resonated deeply with both troops and civilians, symbolized not only the loss of a great military mind, but also the broader internal struggles that plagued the Confederate command. As the war advanced, the Confederate strategy evolved in response to both battlefield realities and internal pressures. Initially, the plan was to take the offensive, seeking decisive victories that would force the Union to the negotiating table. However, as the Union's industrial might and numerical superiority became more apparent, Confederate leaders were forced to reconsider. A more defensive posture emerged, one that sought to prolong the conflict, wear down the enemy, and perhaps secure a negotiated settlement that would preserve the South's independence. This shift, however, was not without its critics. Some argued that a defensive strategy was tantamount to surrendering initiative, allowing the Union to dictate the terms of engagement. The debate over offensive versus defensive strategies became yet another flashpoint of internal division, one that underscored the broader struggle to reconcile the Confederacy's lofty ideals with the grim necessities of war. In the rear areas, as the armies marched and battles raged, the Confederate command also had to confront the consequences of its internal challenges on the morale of soldiers and civilians alike. News of internal disputes, supply shortages, and strategic missteps spread quickly through the ranks, often undermining the confidence of those who had once been so fiercely committed to the cause. The psychological toll was immense. Soldiers, many of whom had enlisted with dreams of heroic valor and the defense of a cherished way of life, found themselves disillusioned by the relentless hardships of camp life, the constant uncertainty of battle, and the pervasive sense that their leaders were as divided as the nation they sought to defend. Yet, amid the chaos and internal strife, moments of remarkable cohesion and resolve shone through. In the quiet camaraderie of makeshift encampments, in the shared hardships of long marches and bitter winters, a sense of unity emerged among the rank and file. Officers and enlisted men alike found solace in the belief that they were fighting not only for a political entity, but for a way of life that they held dear, one defined by personal honor, community ties, and the hope that their sacrifices might one day secure a better future for their children. These moments of solidarity were fragile but precious, serving as reminders that even in the midst of internal challenges, the spirit of the Confederacy had not been completely extinguished. In retrospect, the story of the Confederate command is one of both brilliance and tragedy, a narrative of extraordinary tactical achievements marred by the insurmountable challenges of internal division. The Confederacy's ability to harness local resources, inspire its soldiers, and craft innovative strategies in the face of overwhelming odds remains a testament to the determination and ingenuity of its leaders. Yet, that same ingenuity was ultimately constrained by the fractious nature of a coalition built on divergent regional interests and hampered by a lack of industrial and administrative support. As the war raged on, the internal challenges faced by the Confederate command would continue to shape the trajectory of the conflict. Every battle fought, every strategy devised, and every moment of triumph or despair on the field was inextricably linked to the broader struggle to forge a unified command out of a patchwork of states and ideologies. The legacy of these struggles serves as a sobering reminder that even the most inspired leadership can be undone by the weight of internal discord and the relentless pressures of an all-consuming war. In the end, The Confederate command was defined by its dual nature, a blend of courageous, innovative military leadership and the deep-seated internal challenges that would, in many ways, presage the ultimate fate of the Confederacy. It was a command that strove, against all odds, to create order from chaos, to impose strategy upon a landscape of division, and to hold together a coalition that was as proud as it was fragile. And though the war would ultimately conclude with a painful reckoning for the South, the story of its command remains a testament to the complex interplay between ambition, honor, and the enduring challenge of uniting disparate voices under a single cause. On a crisp, grim morning in September 1862, the landscape of Maryland became the stage for a confrontation that would forever alter the course of the Civil War. The Battle of Antietam, later immortalized as the bloodiest single day in American military history, was not only a clash of armies, but a collision of moral imperatives. In the early hours of that fateful day, as mist clung to the rolling fields and dense woods, the forces of the Union and Confederacy prepared to meet in a struggle that would yield staggering human cost and forge a turning point for a nation divided. In the quiet before the storm, soldiers on both sides experienced a momentary hush, a pause in time as they gathered their resolve. For many Union troops, this was more than a military engagement. It was a quest for redemption. They believed that by striking a decisive blow against the Confederacy, they could tip the balance in favor of preserving the Union and, perhaps, pave the way for a future free from the scourge of slavery. On the Confederate side, however, the defense of their homeland and the preservation of a way of life built on tradition and, controversially, on the institution of slavery, fueled their determination to hold every inch of ground. As dawn broke over the Antietam Creek, the first shots rang out. The battle quickly escalated into a maelstrom of violence, a chaotic interplay of musket fire, cannon blasts, and the anguished cries of the wounded. The terrain, a mix of wooded ridges, open fields, and marshy lowlands, became a treacherous chessboard where strategic gains and devastating losses were determined with every volley. Union forces, commanded by General George McClellan, advanced with cautious optimism. Their plan was meticulous, aiming to exploit gaps in the Confederate lines, but the fog of war and the ferocity of the enemy ensured that no maneuver was without peril. Throughout the day, the battlefield transformed into an inferno of raw human suffering. In one area known as the cornfield, young soldiers engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat, each skirmish a desperate bid for survival amid the blood-soaked grass. Nearby, the infamous sunken road, later dubbed Bloody Lane, became a crucible where Union and Confederate forces clashed in vicious, close-quarters fighting. Here, men huddled behind the remnants of an old stone wall, their bodies bearing the marks of artillery and musket wounds, as the relentless tide of battle swept through the narrow passage. The cacophony of the day, screams, explosions, and the clatter of disassembled weaponry, spoke to the ferocity of a conflict that was rapidly escalating beyond control. For many on the Union side, the high cost of victory was painfully evident. As the day unfolded, the staggering casualty figures began to emerge. Each life lost a stark reminder of the war's merciless nature. Commanders, burdened with the responsibility of lives and the weight of history, were forced to confront the brutal reality that even strategic victories came at an unthinkable price. Yet, amid the carnage, there were moments of courage and compassion. A soldier helping a fallen comrade, medics racing across open fields to tend to the injured, and officers urging their men to hold the line despite the overwhelming odds. It was in the midst of this unprecedented carnage that President Abraham Lincoln found the resolve to take a momentous step. The grim tally of Antietam, the blood, the tears, and the sacrifice, compelled him to confront the moral contradictions at the heart of the conflict. While the Union's primary goal had long been the preservation of the nation, the mounting losses and the unyielding grip of slavery in the Confederacy could no longer be ignored as a peripheral issue. The battle's outcome, though tactically inconclusive, presented Lincoln with a window of opportunity, a chance to redefine the war's purpose and, in doing so, to transform the struggle into a crusade for human liberty. In the quiet aftermath of the battle, as the smoke slowly cleared and the enormity of the day's events sank in, Lincoln made a decision that would echo through history. On September 22, 1862, he issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. This bold declaration stated that if the rebellion did not end by January 1, 1863, all enslaved people in the Confederate States would be declared free. The document was a radical reimagining of the Union's war aims, a shift that not only sought to undermine the economic foundations of the Confederacy, but also to align the conflict with the higher ideals of justice and human dignity. The timing of the proclamation was as strategic as it was symbolic. Antietam, with its devastating toll, had provided the Union with a hard-earned, albeit Pyrrhic, victory. Lincoln believed that the sacrifice of so many lives warranted a transformative action. The proclamation was intended to reframe the war from a battle solely for national unity into a moral imperative, a fight against the institution of slavery that had long divided the nation. Although its immediate effect on the battlefield was limited, since it applied only to areas still in rebellion, the proclamation sent ripples across the nation and the world. It ensured that the cause of the Union was now inextricably linked with the cause of emancipation, galvanizing abolitionists and altering international perceptions of the conflict. For the enslaved, the Emancipation Proclamation represented a beacon of hope amid overwhelming darkness. In the midst of chaos and carnage, news of freedom began to spread like wildfire. Enslaved men and women, long subjected to cruelty and inhumanity, dared to believe in the possibility of liberation. In plantations and hidden corners of the Confederacy, whispers of escape grew louder. Many risked everything by fleeing their masters, seeking refuge behind Union lines where freedom and the promise of a new life awaited. These acts of defiance, fueled by the prospect of emancipation, became a silent yet powerful force that would eventually reshape the war. The announcement of the Emancipation Proclamation also had profound political ramifications. It reoriented the Union's war strategy and provided moral clarity to a conflict that had, until then, been mired in political ambiguity. Radical Republicans in Congress, who had long argued that the war must be waged not only to preserve the nation but also to end the institution of slavery, welcomed the proclamation as a vindication of their beliefs. It also served as a clarion call to foreign powers, particularly in Europe, where public opinion was increasingly sympathetic to the anti-slavery cause. By framing the conflict as a struggle for freedom, Lincoln ensured that any potential support for the Confederacy would be undercut by the moral high ground that the Union now claimed. Yet, the path to emancipation was not without controversy. Lincoln's decision was met with fierce opposition from various quarters. Some Unionists worried that the proclamation would alienate loyal border states and undermine the fragile support that the war effort required. Others, both in the North and South, saw it as an overreach. a politicized move that risked deepening the already bitter divisions of the nation. Despite these challenges, Lincoln remained steadfast. His measured tone and unwavering commitment to the cause of liberty served as a testament to his resolve. In his public addresses and private letters alike, he articulated a vision of America where freedom was not a privilege reserved for a few, but a right inherent to every human being. As the day's bloodshed gave way to an uncertain twilight, the legacy of Antietam and the weight of its sacrifice became inseparable from the new purpose of the war. The battle had shown the terrible cost of conflict and, in doing so, had set the stage for a transformation that would redefine the nation. The Emancipation Proclamation, though it would take time to be fully realized in the chaotic aftermath of war, marked a turning point, a moment when the Union, scarred by the horrors of Antietam, chose to look toward a future where liberty and justice could prevail. In the months and years that followed, Antietam's impact would be felt in countless ways. The battlefield, forever stained with the memories of the fallen, became a symbol of the war's brutal reality, a place where ideals met the unyielding truth of sacrifice. The courage of those who fought on that day, the sorrow of families who lost loved ones, and the indomitable spirit of a nation striving to redefine itself all converged into a legacy that transcended the confines of military strategy. Antietam, with all its bloodshed and sorrow, became a reminder that the price of freedom was steep, yet essential. In the broader tapestry of the Civil War, Antietam stands as a somber yet pivotal chapter, a day when the scales of history were irrevocably tipped. The decision to issue the Emancipation Proclamation in the wake of such overwhelming loss signaled that the Union was prepared to embrace a cause that was as morally compelling as it was politically expedient. It was a moment when the suffering of the many was transformed into a rallying cry for change, a call for the nation to live up to the lofty ideals upon which it was founded. For future generations, the intertwined narratives of Antietam and the Emancipation Proclamation serve as enduring testaments to the complexities of leadership, the harsh realities of war, and the transformative power of moral conviction. They remind us that even amid the darkest moments of human conflict, there exists the possibility for renewal, a chance to rebuild a nation on principles of justice, equality, and shared humanity. As the sun set on that fateful day, and as the echoes of cannon fire faded into memory, the legacy of Antietam and its aftermath became woven into the fabric of American identity. It was a legacy of sacrifice, of bitter loss, and of the profound realization that the fight for freedom must sometimes be fought with both blood and an unwavering commitment to change. And in that legacy, the hope for a better future, one where liberty and justice reigned supreme, continued to burn brightly, guiding the nation toward its ultimate reconciliation and renewal. In the heart of Virginia, where rolling hills and dense woodlands had borne witness to centuries of history, the Eastern theater of the Civil War unfolded as a stage for dramatic clashes, shifting strategies, and profound human drama. This region, with its deep-rooted ties to the founding of America and its pivotal role in the nation's early history, became the crucible in which the fate of the Union and the Confederacy was decided. Virginia's battlefields, from the gentle slopes of the Shenandoah Valley to the rugged ridges surrounding Richmond, bore the scars of fierce combat and strategic ingenuity, forever altering the landscape and the collective memory of a nation at war. From the onset of hostilities, Virginia's terrain was both an asset and a challenge for military commanders on both sides. The region's varied topography, its broad, open fields interspersed with thick forests, winding rivers, and steep highlands, offered opportunities for both ambush and maneuver. Confederate forces, deeply familiar with the local geography, often exploited these natural features to mount swift counterattacks and to shield their positions from the more numerous Union forces. Commanders like Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson harnessed the advantages of this terrain, designing strategies that allowed smaller, agile units to outmaneuver larger enemy formations and to inflict significant damage before retreating into the safety of the countryside. For Union generals, Virginia's battlefields presented a formidable puzzle. Determined to bring a swift end to the rebellion, they initially sought to press their numerical advantage with direct assaults and coordinated flanking maneuvers. However, repeated encounters in the rugged terrain soon revealed that brute force alone could not overcome the subtle, intricate tactics of the Confederate Army. In the dense woodlands and along narrow ridges, Union troops found themselves bogged down, their movements hindered by the very landscape that had once promised a clear path to victory. Over time, these experiences prompted a gradual evolution in Union strategy, a willingness to adapt, learn, and adjust the methods of warfare to meet the challenges of a region defined by its natural obstacles. One of the most significant shifts occurred during a series of campaigns designed to draw the Confederates away from their entrenched positions near Richmond. The Union command, led by determined generals who were learning from earlier setbacks, began to deploy more flexible tactics that combined feints, diversions, and coordinated attacks on multiple fronts. These maneuvers, though still fraught with peril, demonstrated a growing recognition that in Virginia, success would depend not merely on overwhelming force, but on strategic subtlety and the ability to exploit fleeting opportunities. The Union's increasing proficiency in adapting to the Eastern Theater's unique challenges signaled a turning point in the broader war effort, as commanders balanced caution with bold, calculated risks. For the Confederacy, the Eastern Theater was not only a battlefield, but a symbol of a storied heritage. Virginia's deep connections to the early history of America, its sprawling plantations, and its proud military traditions instilled in Southern soldiers a fierce sense of purpose. Every skirmish, every artillery barrage, was seen as a defense of their ancestral lands and a continuation of a legacy that had been forged in the fires of earlier conflicts. In the eyes of Confederate troops, the defense of Virginia was as much about preserving cultural identity as it was about military strategy. This emotional commitment often fueled acts of extraordinary bravery, a soldier risking his life to hold a critical ridge, or a small unit repelling a superior enemy force through sheer determination and intimate knowledge of the terrain. Amid the ebb and flow of battle, the shifting nature of warfare in Virginia also had a profound impact on the civilian population. Towns and communities that had long thrived in the relative peace of antebellum life suddenly found themselves caught in the crossfire of a war that spared neither property nor life. Families watched in anguish as their homes and livelihoods were disrupted by the passage of armies, the pounding of artillery, and the constant threat of occupation. In local taverns and church basements, whispered conversations spoke of strategies and losses, of the hope that someday peace might return to these scarred lands. Yet even in the midst of despair, the resilience of Virginia's people shone through. Neighbors coming together to aid one another, local leaders organizing relief efforts, and an enduring belief that the land, with all its history and beauty, would one day heal. Strategic shifts in the Eastern Theater also played a decisive role in redefining the broader contours of the war. The Union's gradual success in penetrating deeper into Virginia forced Confederate commanders to abandon static defenses in favor of more fluid, mobile operations. This new approach, characterized by rapid marches, surprise attacks, and tactical withdrawals, allowed Confederate forces to avoid being pinned down by superior numbers. While these maneuvers sometimes yielded temporary victories, they also underscored a painful reality. The Confederacy was increasingly on the defensive, compelled to respond to Union initiatives that threatened to encircle Richmond, the symbolic heart of the Southern Rebellion. The high stakes of these strategic adjustments were exemplified in several key battles. In one instance, a carefully orchestrated Union offensive sought to sever the vital rail links that connected Richmond to the rest of the Confederacy. The campaign, marked by relentless artillery duels and bitter close-quarters combat, pushed Confederate forces to the brink of collapse in a region that had long been their stronghold. Yet, even as the Union forces advanced, the Confederate command managed to rally its troops, employing counterattacks that temporarily restored the balance. These engagements were a microcosm of the larger struggle in Virginia, a constant interplay between aggressive Union offensives and resilient Confederate defenses, each side learning and adapting in real time. Throughout these campaigns, the personal stories of soldiers on both sides provided a human face to the epic conflict. For many Union soldiers, the harsh reality of Virginia's battlefields was a rude awakening to the true cost of war. They had arrived with hearts full of patriotic fervor and a belief in the righteousness of their cause, only to confront the grim truth that victory would be measured in blood and sacrifice. In the muddy trenches and overgrown woodlands, friendships were forged in the crucible of shared hardship, and the bravery of ordinary men became a source of inspiration for their comrades back home. Similarly, Confederate soldiers, driven by a deep sense of duty and an attachment to the land of their forefathers, displayed acts of heroism that transcended the tactical realities of battle. Their stories, passed down in whispered recollections and faded letters, continue to evoke a poignant blend of pride, sorrow, and the enduring hope that the sacrifices made in Virginia would one day secure a lasting peace. As the months turned into years, the strategic shifts in the Eastern Theater became increasingly pronounced. The Union's successes, though hard-won, gradually eroded the Confederate hold on Virginia, forcing a re-examination of the South's overall military strategy. Commanders in Richmond were compelled to confront not only the tactical challenges of defending their homeland, but also the broader implications of a prolonged conflict that threatened to sap the nation's strength. The Eastern Theater, with its iconic landscapes and storied battlefields, had evolved into a dynamic arena where every decision carried immense consequences for the future of the nation. In reflecting on the campaigns fought in Virginia, it becomes clear that the Eastern Theater was more than just a geographical area. It was a crucible for change, a place where the theories of warfare were tested against the unforgiving realities of nature and human resolve. The lessons learned in Virginia would reverberate far beyond its borders, informing military strategy in subsequent conflicts and forever altering the art of war. For the Union, the gradual mastery of this challenging terrain signaled a maturation of military thought, a recognition that victory required not only might, but also a deep understanding of the land and its people. For the Confederacy, the defensive maneuvers in Virginia underscored the limits of a strategy built on regional pride and outdated assumptions about the inviolability of home territory. As the war progressed, the struggle in Virginia came to symbolize the broader contest between the forces of change and the clinging vestiges of a bygone era. Every battle, every strategic adjustment, and every act of courage amid the rolling hills and dense forests contributed to a narrative of conflict that was as much about the future of a nation as it was about the defense of its past. Virginia's battlefields, steeped in the memories of centuries of history, bore silent witness to the transformation of warfare, from conventional, limited engagements to a total war that touched every corner of society. In the end, the Eastern Theater in Virginia emerged as a defining chapter of the Civil War, a region where the clash of armies and the shifting tides of strategy converged to create a legacy of sacrifice, ingenuity, and enduring hope. The struggles fought on its soil continue to resonate in the collective memory of a nation, reminding future generations that even in the midst of profound division and relentless conflict, the human spirit is capable of remarkable resilience and transformation. Far from the familiar landscapes of Virginia and the Eastern Theater, the Western Theater of the Civil War unfolded across a vast and varied expanse of territory, a sprawling battleground that spanned rugged hills, dense forests, winding rivers, and expansive plains. In this theater, the war took on a different character, defined by mobility, innovation, and a series of turning points that would reshape the strategic balance of power. Here, both the Union and Confederate armies clashed in contests where the terrain and the control of vital waterways, railroads, and logistical hubs often proved as decisive as the strategies devised by their commanders. In the early days of the conflict, the Western Theater was sometimes regarded as secondary, a vast, open space where the war's outcome would be determined by attrition rather than dramatic, headline-grabbing battles. Yet, as the fighting escalated, it became increasingly clear that this region was not merely a backwater, but a crucial front where the fate of the nation would be decided. Commanders on both sides soon recognized that victories in the West could cripple the enemy's ability to move supplies, reinforcements, and information, ultimately altering the balance of the entire war effort. For the Union, the Western Theater offered a pathway to split the Confederacy in two. Under the leadership of General Ulysses S. Grant and his subordinates, Union forces embarked on a series of campaigns designed to wrest control of key river systems and transportation networks. The Mississippi River, in particular, emerged as the artery of the Confederacy, a vital lifeline that connected the heart of the South with its far-flung territories. With every passing day, Union commanders grew increasingly aware that seizing the Mississippi would isolate the Western Confederate states from the Eastern strongholds, severing lines of communication and depriving the enemy of critical resources. The campaign to capture Vicksburg, a fortified city perched on high bluffs overlooking the mighty river, became one of the Western Theater's most significant turning points. The city, with its maze of defensive works and strategic importance, stood as a bulwark against Union advances. For months, both sides engaged in a bitter struggle, Union forces besieging the city, while Confederate defenders fought tenaciously to keep their stronghold intact. The siege of Vicksburg was a study in endurance and ingenuity. The Union Army, facing difficult terrain and determined opposition, slowly tightened its grip, cutting off supply routes and forcing the besieged garrison into a desperate struggle for survival. When Vicksburg finally fell, it marked not only a monumental victory for the Union, but also a crippling blow to the Confederacy. The loss of the city opened up the Mississippi River to Union traffic, effectively splitting the Confederacy and signaling a new phase in the war. But Vicksburg was far from the only battle in the Western Theater to influence the course of the conflict. Along the banks of the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers, other strategic engagements unfolded with their own mix of audacity, tactical brilliance, and heartbreaking loss. In these contests, Union commanders exploited the vast, open spaces and the strategic vulnerabilities of the Confederate defenses. The rapid pace of movement, enabled by the region's extensive railroad networks and navigable waterways, allowed Union forces to execute surprise maneuvers, envelop enemy positions, and seize vital logistical hubs. Each successful campaign in the West reinforced the belief that a decisive, comprehensive victory was within reach. For Confederate forces in the Western theater, the challenges were many. Unlike their counterparts in the East, who were fighting on familiar terrain with centuries-old fortifications and storied battlefields, the Southerners in the West had to contend with a rugged, often inhospitable landscape that tested their supply lines and strained their limited resources. The Confederacy's defensive strategy relied heavily on the hope that local terrain would favor their smaller, less well-equipped forces. In the marshlands and river valleys, where fog and shifting currents masked movements and created natural barriers, Confederate commanders employed guerrilla tactics and defensive positions to slow the Union advance. Yet, as the Union's momentum grew and logistical capabilities improved, these tactics could only delay the inevitable. Amid the strategic and logistical challenges, the human dimension of the Western theater was equally profound. Soldiers on both sides, drawn from far-flung regions of the nation, found themselves thrust into a conflict that was as much about enduring harsh environments as it was about engaging in fierce combat. The long marches under the scorching summer sun, the bitter cold of winter encampments, and the constant threat of disease added layers of hardship to an already brutal struggle. Yet, amid these challenges, moments of camaraderie and resilience emerged. Union and Confederate soldiers alike forged bonds in the crucible of shared suffering. Bonds that, while born of necessity, underscored the universal nature of sacrifice and the enduring human spirit. In one dusty encampment along a winding riverbank, a young Union lieutenant recalled the endless days of grueling labor, building bridges, foraging for supplies, and caring for wounded comrades. His letters home spoke not only of the hardships they endured, but also of a steadfast belief that every mile marched and every river crossed was a step toward a brighter future. Meanwhile, a Confederate sergeant, stationed in a makeshift fortification near a critical rail junction, wrote of the unyielding determination that kept his unit fighting despite dwindling supplies and mounting casualties. Their stories, though set against the backdrop of a vast and indifferent landscape, brought home the intimate cost of a war that raged across a continent. The Western theater also witnessed a remarkable evolution in military tactics. The vast distances and open spaces called for a level of mobility that was less pronounced in the more static, entrenched battles of the East. Union generals, taking full advantage of their numerical superiority and the region's logistical infrastructure, launched rapid, coordinated offensives that forced Confederate forces to abandon their fortified positions and retreat into the hinterlands. This style of warfare, characterized by speed, flexibility, and relentless pressure, gradually eroded the Confederate capacity to wage an effective defensive campaign. The shifting lines of engagement, marked by flurries of movement along railroads and rivers, eventually transformed the war into one of attrition, where the ability to mobilize resources quickly became as critical as battlefield prowess. As the campaigns in the Western theater progressed, several key battles served as turning points that redefined the strategic landscape. The fall of Vicksburg, as already noted, was not an isolated incident, but part of a broader pattern of Union successes that swept through the region. Other engagements, ranging from daring river crossings to protracted sieges, reinforced the Union's growing dominance in the West. Each victory not only weakened the Confederate hold on territory, but also boosted the morale of Union troops and citizens, fostering a renewed sense of purpose and unity in the face of an adversary that, despite its valor, could no longer match the industrial might and logistical superiority of the North. For the Confederacy, These setbacks in the Western theater were a bitter pill to swallow. The gradual disintegration of their defensive lines, the loss of key supply routes, and the ever-widening gap between their resources and those of the Union cast a long shadow over Southern hopes. Internal debates raged among Confederate leaders about whether to continue fighting a war that seemed increasingly unwinnable in the West, or to concentrate their efforts in a few critical areas. These strategic dilemmas, compounded by the harsh realities of the terrain and the relentless pressure of Union offensives, ultimately contributed to the gradual erosion of the Confederate war effort on multiple fronts. The impact of the Western theater on the overall trajectory of the Civil War cannot be overstated. It was here that the Union transformed its military strategy from one of cautious maneuvering to one of bold, decisive action, a transformation that would eventually lead to the collapse of the Confederate resistance. The campaigns in the West not only diverted Confederate resources away from the Eastern theater, but also served as a proving ground for new tactics and technologies that would shape the future of warfare. The lessons learned amid the vast battlegrounds of the West would inform military doctrines for generations to come, influencing the way nations mobilized, maneuvered, and ultimately secured victory in conflicts that followed. In the final analysis, the Western theater of the Civil War was a crucible of innovation, sacrifice, and strategic evolution. Its sprawling landscapes, from mighty rivers to expansive plains, bore witness to some of the most pivotal turning points of the conflict, a conflict that would forever alter the destiny of a nation. The Union's relentless drive to secure these vast territories, coupled with the ingenuity and resolve of its soldiers, played a critical role in breaking the Confederacy's hold on the South. For every battle fought and every strategic maneuver executed in the West, the scales of war gradually tipped in favor of a reunited nation. As the dust settled over the vast battlegrounds and the echoes of artillery faded into memory, the legacy of the Western theater endured. It was a legacy written not only in the triumphs and tragedies of battle, but in the collective determination of a people united in purpose. The turning points achieved in this expansive theater of war were stepping stones that ultimately paved the way for the Union's final victory, a victory that would, in time, usher in a new era of reconstruction and renewal. The Western theater stands as a testament to the power of mobility, resourcefulness, and the unyielding will to overcome even the most formidable challenges, reminding us that the course of history is often decided on the vast, untamed plains and winding rivers of a nation at war. In early July 1863, as summer's heat rippled across the rolling hills of Pennsylvania, a clash of monumental proportions was brewing. Gettysburg, a small town with modest buildings and a quiet way of life, had become the stage for what many would later call the turning point of the Civil War. In this three-day crucible of combat, the fate of a nation was decided in a series of fierce engagements that would forever reshape the course of American history. The convergence of armies at Gettysburg was not by chance. For Confederate General Robert E. Lee, his bold decision to take the war into the North was as much a gamble as it was a calculated risk. After years of fighting on familiar Southern soil, Lee believed that a decisive victory on Northern territory might force the Union to the negotiating table and secure recognition of Southern independence. For the Union, under the command of General George G. Meade, Gettysburg was a battleground where the survival of the nation hinged on stopping the Confederate advance. Here, in the rolling, wooded hills and open fields of Pennsylvania, the two armies prepared to collide. On the morning of July 1st, the first skirmishes erupted on the outskirts of Gettysburg. Confederate forces, advancing with a mixture of stealth and urgency, encountered Union troops entrenched along the outskirts of the town. The initial exchanges were intense yet disjointed, an encounter marked by the confusion of a rapidly unfolding battle. As Union soldiers scrambled to form a defensive line, Confederate units pressed forward, determined to secure key terrain. In the midst of this chaos, the once quiet lanes of Gettysburg were transformed into paths of bloodshed, where every stone and fence post bore silent testimony to the sacrifice unfolding. Throughout that first day, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, the battle began to settle into distinct phases. In the west, on a gently sloping ridge, Union forces dug in to hold what would later be known as McPherson's Ridge. There, amidst a tangle of hedgerows and scrub pines, soldiers from both sides clashed in bitter, close-quarters fighting. The Union line, though stretched thin, held firm against repeated Confederate assaults. Reports from the field painted a picture of desperate bravery, men charging forward with bayonets fixed, artillery thunder shaking the ground, and the air thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. The struggle for control of these early foothills was emblematic of the larger conflict, a contest where tactical decisions, the will to fight, and the unpredictability of battle coalesced into a brutal dance of attrition. By the afternoon, as the day's relentless combat took its toll, the focus of the battle began to shift toward the center of the field. The infamous high water mark of the Confederacy lay ahead, a position on Cemetery Ridge that would soon become synonymous with Pickett's charge. The Union soldiers, holding their ground behind well-prepared fortifications, were determined not to yield an inch. Their lines were reinforced by units dug into stone walls and ridges that had been painstakingly prepared over the previous days. In these defensive positions, every Union soldier knew that failure could mean the collapse of the entire Northern war effort. The air was heavy with tension and the weight of expectation, as if the very earth beneath them was aware of the magnitude of what was at stake. On the Confederate side, General Lee, confident in his audacious plan, prepared for what he hoped would be the decisive blow. Lee's strategy was built on a belief in the indomitable spirit of his soldiers and the element of surprise. His plans called for a massive infantry assault, the charge that would bear the name of its architect, General George Pickett. Pickett's division, along with other units drawn from across the Confederate Army, was to form the spearhead of a full-scale assault on the Union center. For many Confederate soldiers, the coming charge was not only a military maneuver, but a final, desperate bid to reclaim the initiative. Their faces, set in grim determination, betrayed little hope but burned with a fierce desire to break the enemy lines. As dusk began to settle over the battlefield on July 2nd, the stage was set for the climactic events of the next day. The fighting had already exacted a terrible toll. Casualties mounted, and the once pristine fields of Gettysburg were stained red. Yet, amid the chaos and carnage, both armies clung to the belief that victory was within reach. Union commanders, though bloodied and exhausted, remained resolute, buoyed by the knowledge that their defensive positions had so far repelled the Confederate onslaught. Confederate leaders, meanwhile, grappled with the uncertainty of their bold strategy, their hopes riding on the success of a charge that had never before been attempted on such a scale. On July 3rd, under a sky heavy with portent, Pickett's charge began. The Confederate soldiers advanced in a single massive column across an open field, their eyes fixed on the distant Union lines atop Cemetery Ridge. Every step forward was a march into the maw of uncertainty. each soldier aware that the coming minutes would define not only his fate, but the destiny of the Confederacy itself. As they crossed the open ground, the charge quickly turned into a gauntlet of lethal obstacles. Union artillery and musket fire rained down upon the advancing men, their disciplined volleys and precise targeting transforming the open field into a death trap. The roar of cannon fire mingled with the anguished cries of the fallen, creating a symphony of despair that echoed across the battlefield. For those who survived the initial onslaught, the struggle became one of chaos and futility. Confederate ranks, once a proud and formidable force, began to break under the relentless barrage. The charge, intended to shatter the Union center, faltered as the soldiers, exposed and outnumbered, were forced to retreat amidst heavy casualties. Pickett's charge, with all its daring ambition, ended in disaster, a vivid, devastating symbol of the high cost of overreaching ambition. In the aftermath, as silence fell over the bloodied fields, the Confederate dream of a decisive victory evaporated, replaced by a bitter realization of the war's grim realities. Gettysburg's outcome resonated far beyond the immediate tactical situation. The Union's ability to hold the field, despite the fierce and determined assaults by Confederate forces, marked a turning point in the conflict. The battle shattered the myth that the South could win a war on Northern soil, infusing the Union with renewed vigor and determination. It also altered international perceptions. As news of the Union victory spread, foreign powers, once ambivalent or even sympathetic toward the Confederacy, began to reassess their positions. The tide of public opinion in Europe shifted subtly but significantly, bolstering the resolve of the Union at home. The human dimension of Gettysburg was as compelling as its strategic import. In the quiet moments between the furious clashes, soldiers on both sides found themselves reflecting on the magnitude of their sacrifice. Letters written by weary men to their loved ones, later recovered from makeshift field hospitals, spoke of a longing for home, of dreams deferred, and of the profound sorrow that accompanies a battle of such catastrophic loss. For the Union soldier, Gettysburg had become a symbol of the struggle to preserve not just a nation, but a way of life founded on the principles of liberty and democracy. For the Confederate, it was a final, desperate stand, a battle fought not only for survival, but for the honor of a people who believed that their cause was righteous. As the sun set on July 3rd, the battlefield of Gettysburg was left in a state of surreal stillness, a stark landscape marked by the remnants of shattered formations, abandoned artillery, and the silent testimony of countless lives cut short. The echoes of the battle, the sound of musket fire and the roar of cannons, had been replaced by a haunting quiet. In that silence, the true cost of the day's events was laid bare. The legacy of Gettysburg was etched into the land itself, a reminder that even in the midst of overwhelming sacrifice, hope and the pursuit of a better future could endure. In the weeks and months that followed, Gettysburg would come to be regarded as the pivotal moment of the Civil War, a point at which the momentum of the conflict shifted inexorably in favor of the Union. The victory here provided not only a strategic advantage, but also a moral and symbolic one. It galvanized the Northern public, rekindled the fighting spirit of the Union Army, and underscored the inevitability of change. The battle also set the stage for President Lincoln's decision to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, an act that redefined the very purpose of the war by intertwining the fate of the Union with the struggle for human freedom. Today, Gettysburg stands as a monument to the valor and sacrifice of those who fought on its fields, a place where history was made in blood and honor. The rolling hills and quiet cemeteries, now hallowed grounds of remembrance, invite visitors to reflect on the profound impact of that fateful summer. In every stone and every tree, the story of Gettysburg endures, a story of courage, loss, and the enduring hope that even in the darkest of times, the human spirit can rise to meet its destiny. On the banks of the mighty Mississippi, where the river's currents carved out the very essence of America's interior, the city of Vicksburg stood as a formidable fortress, a linchpin in the Confederacy's defensive network and a coveted prize for the Union. The story of Vicksburg is one of relentless ambition, strategic ingenuity, and a grueling siege that would come to define the control of one of the nation's most vital waterways. In this chapter, we trace the epic struggle for Vicksburg, a battle that not only shifted the balance of power in the Western theater, but also altered the very course of the Civil War. Vicksburg was not merely a city. It was a symbol of the South's hopes and a bulwark against the encroaching Union forces. Perched on high bluffs overlooking the Mississippi, the city commanded a panoramic view of the river, a natural barrier that served as both a defensive advantage and an economic lifeline. For the Confederacy, Vicksburg was a fortress protecting the heartland of the South, where commerce and transportation were inextricably linked to the river's flow. Its steep riverbanks and entrenched fortifications had, for years, deterred would-be invaders and maintained a tenuous equilibrium between the two warring sides. For the Union, however, the Mississippi was the artery of the nation, a channel that, if controlled, would split the Confederacy in two, severing the vital links between its eastern and western portions. Under the leadership of General Ulysses S. Grant, Union commanders recognized that the fall of Vicksburg was essential not only for strategic advantage, but for a symbolic victory that would demoralize the South. Grant's vision was bold and uncompromising, to wrest control of the Mississippi and, in doing so, to pave the way for a unified nation. The campaign for Vicksburg began as a masterclass in military persistence and innovation. Grant and his army embarked on a series of maneuvers designed to outflank the city's defenses. The terrain around Vicksburg was a labyrinth of bayous, bluffs, and thick vegetation that offered ample hiding places for Confederate troops. Grant's challenge was to navigate these natural obstacles while coordinating a multi-pronged assault that could outmaneuver the entrenched defenders. Over the course of months, Union forces executed daring riverine operations, crossing the Mississippi at unexpected points and launching feints that forced the Confederates to stretch their lines thin. Each maneuver was calculated to cut off escape routes and isolate the garrison from potential reinforcements. As the Union Army slowly encircled Vicksburg, the city's fate hung in the balance. For the residents of Vicksburg, both military personnel and civilians, the days turned into a test of endurance and resolve. Inside the city's stout walls, life took on a surreal quality, with supplies dwindling and the threat of bombardment ever present. Daily routines were marked by a constant tension. Families huddled together in cramped basements and makeshift shelters, their lives reduced to a quiet vigil as the sounds of distant artillery fire became the unwelcome soundtrack of their existence. In the midst of this isolation, however, there emerged an unspoken solidarity, a shared determination to withstand the siege, no matter the cost. For Confederate commanders, defending Vicksburg was a matter of honor and survival. They had fortified every available position, constructing elaborate networks of trenches, earthworks, and cannon emplacements. Yet, despite their best efforts, the inexorable pressure of Grant's relentless campaign began to erode the city's defenses. The Union's control of the river allowed them to cut off critical supply lines, leaving the Confederate forces increasingly isolated. With each passing day, the inevitable truth became harder to deny. Vicksburg was surrounded. Yet, in the face of overwhelming odds, the defenders held fast, buoyed by the belief that a stubborn resistance could at least delay the Union's final victory. As the siege wore on into the spring of 1863, the Union's pressure mounted. Grant's men dug in around the city, constructing extensive siege lines and artillery positions that pounded Vicksburg's walls day after day. The constant barrage took its toll, not only on the Confederate soldiers, but on the very fabric of the city. Explosions shook the earth, and the river itself, usually a symbol of life and prosperity, became a conduit for Union supplies and reinforcements. Grant's strategy was methodical. By depriving the defenders of food, water, and hope, the Union sought to force a surrender without the need for a costly assault. In the face of mounting casualties and a dwindling reserve of supplies, the Confederate leadership found itself grappling with a harsh calculus of surrender. A turning point came on a humid morning when, after weeks of unrelenting pressure, the Confederate commander finally recognized that further resistance would only lead to needless loss of life. In a quiet, somber announcement that reverberated across the besieged city, the decision was made to surrender Vicksburg. For the Union, the victory was resounding, a triumph not only of military might but of strategic acumen. The fall of Vicksburg, achieved on July 4, 1863, was a watershed moment in the war. It not only granted the Union complete control of the Mississippi River, but also dealt a devastating blow to the Confederate cause by effectively splitting their territory in two. The psychological impact of Vicksburg's surrender was profound. In the North, news of the victory was met with jubilant celebration, a testament to the triumph of determination over adversity. For soldiers who had marched tirelessly through treacherous terrain and braved constant danger, Vicksburg represented the fruits of relentless perseverance. The victory, celebrated on the same day as another pivotal Union triumph at Gettysburg, signaled that the momentum of the war was shifting irrevocably in favor of the Union. For the Confederacy, however, the loss was a bitter, demoralizing blow. Vicksburg had been a symbol of resistance and the hope of a continued, independent South. Its fall shattered the illusion that the Confederacy could hold its ground indefinitely against the rising tide of Union power. In the aftermath of the siege, as Union troops moved into the once impenetrable stronghold, the strategic implications became immediately apparent. With the Mississippi firmly in Union hands, the Confederate states were effectively severed, their lines of communication and supply disrupted. The victory at Vicksburg paved the way for further Union advances deep into the heart of the South. It marked the beginning of a new phase in the war, one where the economic and logistical infrastructure that had long sustained the Confederacy was systematically dismantled. The control of the Mississippi was not just a military achievement. It was an economic and psychological triumph that undercut the very foundations of the Southern war effort. For the people along the river, life would never be the same. The Mississippi, a symbol of both abundance and mystery, now carried a dual legacy, one of freedom and unification, and the other of conflict and division. Across the river, Union-controlled towns experienced a cautious optimism, buoyed by the knowledge that their region was finally on the path to reunification. Meanwhile, in the former Confederate heartland, the loss of Vicksburg deepened the sense of isolation and impending doom. as communities braced themselves for the long, arduous road to recovery. The story of Vicksburg endures as a testament to the transformative power of strategic vision and the human capacity for resilience. It reminds us that the tides of history are often turned not by grand, sweeping gestures alone, but by the quiet determination of individuals and armies who refuse to surrender their principles, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. The siege of Vicksburg stands as an enduring monument to the sacrifices made by countless soldiers and civilians, and to the belief that control over a single river could indeed shape the destiny of a nation. In the years that followed, Vicksburg became a focal point for remembrance and reflection. Monuments were erected, and the battlefields were preserved as hallowed ground, a place where the echoes of cannon fire and the memories of sacrifice could be honored by future generations. The victory at Vicksburg remains etched in the collective memory of the United States, a symbol of the indomitable will to secure freedom and unity against all odds. As we look back on that long, grueling siege, we see not only a turning point in the military campaign, but also a profound moment of transformation, a moment when the river, the city, and the people who lived along its banks played a decisive role in the struggle to reunite a fractured nation. The fall of Vicksburg, with all its human cost and strategic brilliance, serves as a powerful reminder that in war, as in life, the control of a single vital passage can determine the flow of history itself. As the Civil War raged on land, another equally vital front emerged on the water, a front that would come to redefine how wars were fought and, ultimately, determine the fate of entire regions. Naval warfare and the blockade strategy were not mere adjuncts to the battles fought on soil. They were decisive instruments of national policy, capable of crippling an enemy's economy, dividing its territory, and shifting the balance of power. In this chapter, we explore how the Union and the Confederacy harnessed the might of their navies, transforming rivers and coastlines into theaters of conflict where every cannon shot and intercepted shipment carried the weight of destiny. From the outset of the conflict, the Union recognized that the vast network of waterways and ports along its extensive coastline, and indeed the mighty Mississippi and its tributaries, offered both strategic opportunity and formidable challenge. The Union's naval leadership, well aware of the South's dependency on maritime commerce, devised a bold strategy to impose a blockade that would strangle the Confederacy economically. This ambitious plan, which came to be known as the Anaconda Plan, envisioned encircling the southern coastline with Union warships, cutting off essential supplies, trade, and reinforcements from reaching Confederate ports. The metaphor was apt, a tightening noose that would gradually squeeze the lifeblood from the rebellious states. Implementing the blockade, however, was no small feat. The Confederacy's lengthy coastline, dotted with inlets, bays, and barrier islands, presented a labyrinth of hiding places for blockade runners, fast, lightly armed ships tasked with smuggling desperately needed goods in and out of southern ports. These daring vessels became legends in their own right, racing past Union patrols under cover of darkness, their swift silhouettes a defiant challenge to the might of the Union Navy. For the blockade's architects, every intercepted shipment was a small victory, a tangible blow to an enemy that had long relied on imported arms, medicine, and other essentials to sustain its war effort. Union commanders, such as Admiral David Farragut, emerged as visionary leaders on the high seas. Farragut's bold and decisive actions, most famously encapsulated in his rallying cry, "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead," embodied the determination to break through Confederate resistance and secure vital waterways. His daring maneuvers in battles along the Gulf of Mexico and the Mississippi River underscored the importance of naval supremacy in a war that was rapidly evolving from conventional land engagements to an integrated, multi-domain struggle. Farragut's victories not only bolstered Northern morale, but also demonstrated that a well-coordinated naval force could pierce the Confederacy's defenses and alter the strategic landscape of the war. While the Union focused on suffocating the Confederacy through a comprehensive blockade, the Confederate Navy was not idle. Faced with overwhelming industrial and numerical superiority on the high seas, Southern naval commanders adopted a strategy of asymmetrical warfare. Rather than engaging in direct, pitched battles against the formidable Union fleet, the Confederacy relied on a combination of blockade running, commerce raiding, and the occasional innovative use of ironclad warships. The Confederate ironclads, including the famed CSS Virginia, represented a daring leap in naval technology. Vessels armored with iron plating that could withstand the pounding of enemy cannon fire. In their limited engagements, these ironclads challenged the traditional wooden warships of the Union, forcing Northern naval architects to reconsider the design and construction of future vessels. The battle between ironclads reached its dramatic peak during the historic encounter in Hampton Roads in March 1862. Here, the clash between the CSS Virginia and the USS Monitor, a revolutionary vessel designed by John Erickson, captured the world's imagination. The duel, fought in a narrow channel off the coast of Virginia, heralded a new era of naval warfare where steel and steam would come to dominate the seas. Though neither ship secured a decisive victory, the engagement underscored the transformative impact of technological innovation in the conflict. It signaled that the war was not only a contest of numbers and firepower, but also a crucible for engineering ingenuity and daring tactical innovation. For the Union, the blockade proved to be a double-edged sword. On one hand, it succeeded in restricting the flow of critical supplies to the Confederacy, contributing significantly to the erosion of the Southern war effort. Over time, as the blockade tightened and Union vessels patrolled more effectively, Confederate ports found themselves increasingly isolated. The scarcity of manufactured goods, ammunition, and even everyday provisions began to take its toll on the Southern population and its soldiers. On the other hand, maintaining such an expansive blockade required immense resources and coordination. The Union Navy had to contend not only with the vastness of the coastline, but also with the persistent threat posed by nimble blockade runners that managed to slip through the net on occasion. These challenges spurred continuous improvements in naval tactics, ship design, and the organization of coastal defenses, a dynamic interplay of strategy and adaptation that reflected the broader evolution of warfare during the period. The blockade had far-reaching economic and political consequences. By severing the Confederacy's access to international markets, the Union dealt a crippling blow to the Southern economy. Cotton, once the lifeblood of the Southern export economy, became a pawn in the broader struggle. The inability to sell cotton on the world market not only deprived the Confederacy of much-needed revenue, but also undermined the confidence of international observers. In Europe, where many nations still relied on Southern cotton for their textile industries, the blockade forced a re-evaluation of diplomatic relations. While some European powers had once flirted with the idea of recognizing the Confederacy, the effective implementation of the blockade made such overtures increasingly untenable. The South, in turn, attempted to counter these measures by seeking alternative trade routes and forging clandestine alliances, but such efforts could only mitigate the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Union's maritime strategy. The human element of naval warfare is often overshadowed by the dramatic imagery of land battles, yet the lives of sailors and marines on both sides were marked by extraordinary hardship and resilience. Life at sea during the Civil War was a grueling affair. Long periods of boredom punctuated by moments of intense life-or-death combat. Sailors endured harsh conditions, cramped quarters, unsanitary conditions, and the constant threat of disease. Yet, amid these challenges, bonds of camaraderie were forged in the shared crucible of service. Letters from sailors reveal stories of longing for home, of quiet moments spent under starlit skies, and of the unwavering belief that their sacrifice would one day contribute to a greater cause. These personal narratives add a poignant dimension to the broader strategic and technological developments that defined naval warfare during the conflict. As the war progressed, the cumulative impact of the blockade began to reshape the Confederate war effort in ways that were as profound as they were irreversible. The gradual strangulation of the Southern economy, combined with the loss of key ports and the persistent attrition of resources, left the Confederacy increasingly isolated on the global stage. The blockade not only hindered the flow of military supplies, but also disrupted the very social fabric of the South. In communities along the coast, shortages of food, medicine, and consumer goods led to mounting discontent and hardship. The psychological impact of this isolation, compounded by the relentless pressure of Union naval patrols, eroded the morale of both soldiers and civilians alike. In this way, naval warfare, and the blockade strategy in particular, emerged as a silent but potent force that shaped the destiny of the Confederacy. In retrospect, the legacy of naval warfare and the blockade strategy during the Civil War is a testament to the transformative power of maritime power in modern conflict. The Union's ability to leverage its industrial might, its expansive coastline, and its innovative naval tactics not only secured critical victories on the water, but also set a precedent for future conflicts around the world. The strategies developed during this period would go on to influence naval doctrine and the organization of modern fleets for generations. Meanwhile, the challenges faced by the Confederacy, whose valiant efforts to break the blockade and assert naval independence were ultimately overwhelmed by economic and technological disparity, serve as a cautionary tale about the limits of asymmetrical warfare in the face of overwhelming industrial power. Today, the battles fought on the high seas during the Civil War are remembered not only for their tactical brilliance and dramatic encounters, but also for their enduring impact on the course of American history. The monuments and museums that now dot former naval battlefields stand as solemn reminders of a time when the control of the oceans played a pivotal role in deciding the fate of a nation. The story of the blockade, with its mix of daring blockade runners, innovative ironclads, and the steadfast determination of sailors on both sides, continues to inspire historians, military strategists, and all who seek to understand the complexities of war. In the final analysis, the narrative of naval warfare during the Civil War is a multifaceted one, a story of technological innovation, strategic audacity, and the unyielding will to secure victory. It is a story in which the control of a single vital waterway, like the Mississippi, could determine the flow of commerce, the movement of armies, and ultimately, the destiny of an entire nation. The Union's blockade, executed with increasing precision and determination, not only isolated the Confederacy, but also laid the groundwork for a unified America emerging from the crucible of conflict. As the war drew to its close, the triumph of naval strategy and the blockade became an integral part of the narrative of victory, a narrative that would shape the future of American military and economic power for years to come. In the midst of a war that reshaped a nation, the true story of the Civil War was written not only on battle maps and in political debates, but also in the hearts and daily lives of the soldiers who took to the front lines. Their experiences, marked by courage, hardship, camaraderie, and profound loss, offer us an intimate window into the realities of combat and the human cost of conflict. In this chapter, we journey into the trenches, the makeshift camps, and the battlefields where soldiers from both the Union and the Confederacy confronted the brutal challenges of war, and where every moment was a test of endurance and spirit. The life of a soldier during the Civil War was a study in contrasts. At dawn, many men awoke in cold, damp tents or crude field shelters, their sleep disturbed by the constant sounds of marching feet, the clamor of artillery in the distance, and the murmurs of anxious anticipation. In these quiet hours before the sun fully broke over the horizon, there was a palpable mixture of hope and dread. Young recruits, many of whom had enlisted with visions of patriotic glory, soon learned that the reality of war was far more complex and harrowing than the romanticized images that had once filled their hearts. For the Union soldier, life on the front lines was often a relentless struggle against not only the enemy, but also the unforgiving elements. In northern encampments, bitterly cold winters transformed camps into frozen wastelands where exposed skin could succumb to frostbite, and where the scarcity of proper rations made every meal a contested resource. Yet, amid these hardships, bonds of brotherhood formed as naturally as the steam rising from stoves in the dark hours of early morning. Men huddled together for warmth, sharing stories of home and dreams of a future when the war would be but a distant memory. These moments of quiet camaraderie, punctuated by shared laughter, whispered prayers, and even tears, provided a vital counterbalance to the constant threat of death. On the Confederate side, life on the front lines carried its own unique burdens. Soldiers in the South fought amid a landscape that, despite its natural beauty, bore the scars of conflict. In the fields and woodlands of Virginia, Georgia, and Tennessee, soldiers often faced not only the enemy's fire, but also the devastation wrought by years of relentless campaigning. For many Southerners, the cause they fought for was inextricably tied to a sense of heritage, a belief that they were defending a way of life that had been passed down through generations. Yet, this same belief was tempered by the stark reality of battle. In makeshift hospitals set up in barns or abandoned homes, the wounded and dying bore silent testimony to the cost of honor and duty. Even as Southern soldiers clung to a vision of noble sacrifice, their day-to-day existence was punctuated by hunger, exhaustion, and the omnipresent specter of loss. Both Union and Confederate soldiers were united by the experience of waiting, an interminable vigil between the moments of violent combat. In the lull of a long, drawn-out battle, soldiers would sit quietly, their eyes fixed on the horizon, each man lost in his own thoughts. In those moments of stillness, memories of home would surface. Families, beloved pets, the familiar sights of a town or farm. For some, these recollections were a source of solace, a gentle reminder of what they were fighting to preserve. For others, they were a painful contrast to the present, a reminder of a life that seemed increasingly distant with each passing day. The physical toll of warfare was as relentless as the emotional strain. Wounds from musket balls, sabers, and artillery left scars that would never fully heal, and many soldiers carried these marks both visibly and within the depths of their memories. In the heat of battle, pain was an ever-present companion. Yet, perhaps more debilitating than physical injuries were the psychological wounds, memories of fallen comrades, the sudden and jarring shock of an explosion, or the lingering horror of witnessing brutality on a scale that defied comprehension. For many soldiers, the night after a fierce engagement was haunted by dreams of the battlefield, where the echoes of gunfire and the faces of lost friends appeared in a relentless, sorrowful loop. Amid the constant trials, moments of extraordinary humanity shone through. In the chaos of battle, acts of kindness and bravery often emerged in unexpected ways. A medic rushing into the line of fire to tend to the wounded, a soldier sharing his meager rations with a comrade on the brink of starvation, or even the quiet resolve of a man who, despite being injured, took it upon himself to ensure that his fallen friend was not left behind. These were the stories that illuminated the darkness of war. Such acts of compassion and selflessness were not isolated incidents. They were the lifeblood of the soldier's experience, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit even in the face of overwhelming adversity. For many, the war was also a profound journey of self-discovery. Confronted with the stark realities of life and death, soldiers were forced to confront questions of identity, morality, and destiny. Letters sent home reveal that countless men grappled with guilt and introspection long after the echoes of battle had faded. They wondered if the choices they had made were justified, and if the cost of patriotism had been too high. Such introspection sometimes led to a quiet, personal transformation, a recognition that the shared experience of suffering and sacrifice had irrevocably changed them. When the war finally ended, these men returned home as different individuals, carrying within them the indelible marks of a conflict that had redefined not only their lives but also the soul of the nation. The harsh conditions on the front lines were often compounded by the logistical challenges of war. Soldiers depended on unreliable supply lines for food, ammunition, and medical supplies. In many instances, shortages turned daily routines into ordeals of improvisation. A lack of proper clothing and footwear, the constant threat of illness from unsanitary camp conditions, and the relentless march through mud and rain could sap even the strongest resolve. Yet, in these shared hardships, soldiers found ways to adapt, using ingenuity to create makeshift repairs, rationing limited supplies with care, and sometimes even finding humor in the absurdity of their predicament. These small acts of defiance against the misery of war were, in their own way, victories that bolstered morale and reaffirmed a belief in the possibility of survival. As the war drew on, the soldiers' experience came to symbolize the collective memory of the conflict. Each personal story, whether of heroism, despair, or quiet perseverance, added a vital thread to the tapestry of the nation's history. The diaries and letters preserved by families, the faded photographs in old albums, and the oral histories passed down through generations all serve as a reminder that the true cost of the Civil War was measured in individual lives. These records provide us with a window into a time when every life was shaped by the dual forces of hope and heartbreak, when the uncertainty of the future was met with steadfast resolve, and when the bonds formed in the crucible of battle endured long after the guns fell silent. For historians and descendants alike, the legacy of the soldier on the front lines remains a potent symbol of sacrifice and resilience. The fields where men once fought, the forgotten cemeteries where countless lives were laid to rest, and the preserved encampments serve as solemn memorials, a tribute to those who gave everything in the pursuit of a cause they believed in. Their stories continue to inspire debates on the nature of patriotism, the ethics of warfare, and the enduring human capacity to find meaning amidst the chaos. In reflecting on the life of the Civil War soldier, we are reminded that behind every strategic victory and political turning point lay the quiet, unyielding reality of individual struggle. It is through the lens of personal experience that we come to understand the true cost of conflict, the shattered dreams, the stolen futures, and the indomitable will to carry on despite it all. The soldier's experience is not a relic of a bygone era. It is a timeless reminder of the courage that lies within each person when confronted by the most challenging of circumstances. As we honor the memory of those who walked the battlefields, we also recognize that their legacy is intertwined with our own understanding of freedom, sacrifice, and the enduring quest for a more just society. The voices of these soldiers, echoing through time in their letters, memoirs, and stories, call upon us to remember that the price of peace is often paid in the currency of human life, and that the lessons of the past remain essential guides for the future. In the midst of a conflict that pitted brother against brother and tested the very ideals upon which a nation was founded, a new force emerged on the battlefields of the Civil War, one that would challenge long-held prejudices and redefine what it meant to fight for freedom. African American troops, drawn from the enslaved, free blacks, and abolitionist communities, stepped onto the stage of history with courage, determination, and an unyielding commitment to the cause of liberty. Their contributions, though often overshadowed in traditional narratives of the war, would prove to be a transformative element in both military strategy and the broader social fabric of America. The journey of African Americans to the front lines was neither simple nor immediate. For centuries, the institution of slavery had relegated blacks to the periphery of American society, their humanity denied and their contributions minimized. Yet, as the nation descended into the chaos of civil war, the contradictions inherent in fighting for freedom while perpetuating bondage could no longer be ignored. Early in the conflict, Union leaders grappled with the question of whether African Americans should be allowed to serve as soldiers. Initial hesitance was fueled by entrenched racial prejudices and the fear that arming blacks might disrupt the existing social order. However, as the war dragged on and the need for manpower became increasingly desperate, a growing recognition emerged. If the nation was to live up to the promises of its founding, it must embrace all who yearned for freedom. The formation of the United States Colored Troops, USCT, marked a watershed moment in American military history. In camps and training grounds across the North, African American recruits, many of whom had escaped the bonds of slavery or had been free for generations, assembled with a mix of trepidation and fierce resolve. They were determined to fight not merely for the preservation of the Union, but for the promise of emancipation, equality, and dignity. Their enlistment was a radical act, a declaration that the fight for freedom was not confined to white men alone, but that every person, regardless of the color of their skin, had a stake in the nation's destiny. From the very outset, African American soldiers faced obstacles that went far beyond the rigors of military training and the horrors of combat. They encountered discrimination, received inferior pay, and were often relegated to menial tasks away from the front lines. Yet, these men persisted. Their courage on the battlefield became a potent counterpoint to the bigotry that sought to deny them full citizenship. In numerous engagements, African American troops distinguished themselves with acts of valor that shattered stereotypes and forced a re-evaluation of what was possible when the human spirit was unshackled from oppression. In the muddy fields of battle, stories of heroism emerged with remarkable clarity. In one instance, a young private from the USCT, barely in his 20s, led a daring charge against an entrenched enemy position, with resolve etched on his face and his comrades rallying behind him. he pressed forward under a hail of enemy fire. His actions not only helped secure a vital breakthrough, but also served as a rallying cry to fellow soldiers that courage knew no racial boundaries. Across multiple campaigns, from the assaults on strategic fortifications to the grueling marches through hostile territory, African American soldiers consistently demonstrated tactical acumen and an unwavering commitment to their cause. Their battlefield performance often turned the tide of engagements, forcing the enemy to confront a fighting force that was as determined as it was skilled. Beyond their combat roles, African American troops also made significant contributions in support capacities that were essential to the war effort. They served as laborers, cooks, and pioneers of engineering projects, tasks that, though sometimes overlooked, were indispensable in maintaining the logistical backbone of the Union Army. In the makeshift hospitals that dotted the battlefields, black medics and orderlies worked tirelessly to care for the wounded, often risking their lives amid chaos and contagion. Their willingness to serve, even in the face of overwhelming adversity, provided critical support that allowed combat units to remain operational during the long, grueling campaigns. The social and psychological impact of African American participation in the war cannot be overstated. Their service resonated far beyond the confines of the battlefield, reaching into the very heart of American identity. For abolitionists and civil rights advocates, the valor displayed by black soldiers was proof that freedom was not merely an abstract ideal, but a tangible possibility, one that could be won through sacrifice and solidarity. Newspapers and pamphlets of the day carried stories of black heroism, gradually shifting public opinion and fueling a growing debate over the future of racial equality in America. Even in regions where prejudice was deeply entrenched, the undeniable contributions of African American troops began to erode long-held stereotypes, challenging a nation to confront its own contradictions. The transformative effect of black military service was perhaps most powerfully embodied in the symbolic power of emancipation itself. The very act of enlisting and fighting for a nation that had once denied them basic human rights was an act of defiance and hope. For many African Americans, their participation in the war was intertwined with a personal quest for dignity and self-determination. Letters sent home, preserved in the annals of history, reveal a profound mix of pride and sorrow, a determination to secure a better future even as the memories of past injustices haunted their every step. These narratives, rich with emotion and resilience, remind us that the struggle for freedom was fought on multiple fronts, both external and internal. The legacy of African American troops extended well beyond the cessation of hostilities. Their contributions laid the groundwork for significant social and political changes during Reconstruction and the long, arduous struggle for civil rights that would follow. Their service provided an undeniable argument in favor of full citizenship and equal rights, a legacy that would continue to inspire generations of activists and leaders. In the post-war years, as the nation attempted to rebuild and reconcile, the valor of black soldiers became a touchstone for debates on the meaning of American freedom. Statues and memorials erected in their honor, along with the annual commemorations of battles in which they fought, serve as enduring tributes to a group of men who redefined the very concept of courage. Yet, the road to recognition was not without its struggles. Even as African American soldiers had proven themselves on the battlefield, the society they returned to was far from transformed. The promise of equality was often undermined by pervasive segregation and discrimination, and many veterans found themselves excluded from the full benefits of citizenship they had so valiantly fought for. This painful irony of fighting for freedom on the front lines only to face renewed oppression at home sparked a new wave of activism. The stories of these veterans and the injustice they endured became rallying cries for the burgeoning civil rights movement, setting in motion a long process of legal and social reforms that would gradually expand the promise of equality to all Americans. As we reflect on the courage and contribution of African American troops during the Civil War, it becomes clear that their legacy is woven into the very fabric of American history. Their service not only contributed to the Union victory, but also challenged the nation to live up to its highest ideals. Their bravery on the battlefield and their resilience in the face of dehumanization stand as a testament to the enduring power of hope and the unyielding quest for justice. Through the hardships they endured and the victories they secured, these men redefined what it meant to be American, demonstrating that the fight for freedom transcends color, creed, and circumstance. In the years since the war, the stories of these soldiers have inspired countless generations to confront the legacy of inequality and to strive for a more inclusive society. Their names may not always appear in the textbooks of history with the prominence they deserve, but in the hearts of those who remember, their contributions remain a powerful reminder that courage and sacrifice know no boundaries. The tale of African American troops is a story of triumph in the face of insurmountable odds, a story that continues to echo in the ongoing struggle for civil rights and social justice. As we honor their memory, we are reminded that the true measure of a nation is not found solely in its military victories, but in its capacity to evolve, to embrace diversity, and to extend the blessings of freedom to every citizen. The legacy of these soldiers, forged in the crucible of conflict and tempered by the fires of perseverance, serves as an enduring beacon of hope, a call to all of us to continue the work of ensuring that liberty and justice prevail for every person, regardless of the color of their skin. While the thunder of battle raged on distant fields, an equally transformative struggle unfolded on the home front, a struggle that would reshape the very fabric of American society. In towns and cities, on farms and factories, the lives of civilians were inexorably linked to the outcome of the Civil War. This chapter explores how the conflict permeated every corner of life, altering social norms, economic structures, and cultural values. Here, the war was not just fought by armies. It was waged in kitchens, workshops, and community gatherings, an all-encompassing effort that tested the resilience, ingenuity, and spirit of a nation. From the earliest days of the conflict, the impact of the war on civilian life was profound. In the Union States, industrial centers such as New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia transformed rapidly as factories retooled to produce arms, uniforms, and supplies for the troops. The call to arms extended beyond the battlefield. It reached the hearts of workers, whose daily labors became a vital part of the national war effort. Men and women worked long hours under grueling conditions, their sweat and ingenuity fueling an industrial engine that would ultimately provide the economic muscle needed to secure victory. This shift was not without sacrifice. Entire neighborhoods and communities found themselves reorganized around the demands of war production, with strikes and labor disputes occasionally erupting as workers struggled to balance duty with the need for fair wages and humane conditions. In contrast, in the Confederacy, the home front faced a different kind of challenge. The Southern economy, long dependent on an agrarian lifestyle underpinned by slave labor, found itself in deep crisis as the war disrupted trade and decimated manpower. The Union blockade, combined with the destruction wrought by marching armies, strangled the South's ability to export its cash crops, particularly cotton, the lifeblood of its economy. In plantation towns and rural communities, shortages of food, medicine, and essential supplies became routine. Families, once accustomed to the relative stability of an agrarian way of life, had to confront the harsh reality of scarcity and uncertainty. Many Southerners were forced to adapt, finding creative solutions to keep their households afloat, from barter systems to community co-ops that pooled scarce resources. Even as despair threatened to overwhelm, the resilience of Southern society shone through, manifesting in local initiatives aimed at mutual aid and survival. Yet economic hardship was only one aspect of the war's transformative power. The social landscape of America was also undergoing radical change. In the North, the dramatic influx of immigrants, many fleeing poverty in Europe, blended with a society already reeling from the sudden demands of a wartime economy. Neighborhoods became melting pots of diverse cultures, languages, and traditions. Amid this flux, women emerged as key actors on the home front. With countless men away at war, women took on roles that had once been considered the exclusive domain of their male counterparts. They worked in factories, managed farms, and even organized local relief efforts. The shift not only accelerated the push for women's rights, but also redefined traditional gender roles, planting the seeds for a more egalitarian future. Stories of tireless volunteer nurses, resourceful shopkeepers, and brave women who stepped up to lead community organizations became common and celebrated narratives, a testament to the transformative power of necessity. The war also had a profound impact on family life. In both the North and South, households were forced to adapt to the reality of prolonged separation and uncertainty. Letters home became precious lifelines, carrying news of both hope and heartbreak. In many cases, the very structure of families was reshaped by loss. Widows, orphan children, and men grappling with the trauma of battle had to rebuild their lives in a post-war reality that promised both opportunity and lingering pain. Community support networks, often centered around churches, mutual aid societies, and local clubs, helped families cope with the emotional toll of a conflict that spared few. These networks fostered a sense of solidarity, transcending regional and social boundaries, and underscored the idea that the home front, too, was a battlefield where the stakes were nothing less than the soul of the nation. Culturally, the war catalyzed a re-examination of American identity. The clash of ideologies, freedom versus bondage, progress versus tradition, spurred an outpouring of art, literature, and music that reflected the nation's turbulent spirit. In the North, abolitionist newspapers and pamphlets stirred public debate, while novels and plays sought to capture the moral complexities of a society in upheaval. In the South, while official narratives often celebrated honor and resilience, underground voices began to question the values that had long justified the institution of slavery. This period saw the emergence of a rich, if conflicted, cultural dialogue that would eventually lay the groundwork for a more inclusive American identity. Monuments and memorials, both contemporaneous and those erected in later years, serve as enduring reminders of the cultural shifts that the war initiated, shifts that continue to influence how Americans remember their past and envision their future. The impact on education and public discourse was equally significant. In the Union, the war spurred reforms in public education as communities sought to prepare future generations for an evolving nation. In schools, lessons in patriotism were interwoven with discussions on civic responsibility, laying the ideological foundation for a more engaged citizenry. Meanwhile, in the post-war South, a painful process of reckoning began as the legacy of slavery and war forced communities to confront their past. Literature, journalism, and even sermons began to reflect a growing awareness of the need for reconciliation and reform, a cultural shift that, while slow and contested, promised a gradual evolution toward a more equitable society. The economic disruptions wrought by the war also set the stage for profound post-war transformations. In the North, the rapid industrialization that had been accelerated by wartime production continued to fuel economic growth in the decades that followed. Railroads expanded, factories modernized, and urban centers burgeoned, transforming the American economy into one of the most dynamic in the world. In the South, however, the devastation of war combined with the collapse of the slave-based economy created an economic vacuum. The period of Reconstruction that followed was marked by efforts to rebuild infrastructure, diversify agriculture, and create new opportunities for freedmen and women. While the road was fraught with challenges and setbacks, the post-war era laid the groundwork for a gradual, though uneven, modernization of the Southern economy, a process that would ultimately contribute to the broader evolution of American society. Amid these sweeping changes, the war's influence on everyday life was most acutely felt in the small moments. The quiet resilience of a mother managing a household with dwindling resources, the steadfast determination of a factory worker meeting production quotas despite exhaustion, and the unspoken bonds forged among neighbors who shared both joy and sorrow in equal measure. These personal stories, though often lost in the grand narrative of military strategy and political upheaval, form the true heart of the home front experience. They remind us that the Civil War was not an abstract historical event, but a lived reality that touched every facet of society, from the highest echelons of government to the humble dwellings of ordinary citizens. The legacy of the home front during the Civil War endures as a testament to the transformative power of adversity. It is a story of how a nation mobilized not just its armies but its entire populace, how communities rose to the challenge of sustaining a prolonged conflict, and how the sacrifices made on the home front contributed to a redefinition of American identity. The social, economic, and cultural changes that were set in motion during those tumultuous years continue to resonate today, informing debates about equality, opportunity, and the role of government in ensuring the welfare of its citizens. In reflecting on this period, we see that the Civil War was as much a battle for hearts and minds as it was a contest of armies. The struggles, innovations, and sacrifices of those on the home front remind us that the true strength of a nation lies not in its military might alone, but in the collective will of its people to endure, adapt, and ultimately rebuild. Their legacy is woven into the fabric of American society, a legacy of resilience, innovation, and the enduring belief that even in the face of immense hardship, the promise of a better future remains within reach. As the drums of the American Civil War echoed across the continent, the conflict soon spilled beyond its borders, drawing the attention of a world keenly interested in the fate of the fledgling nation. International perspectives on the war were as diverse as they were complex, woven from threads of economic interests, shifting alliances, and ideological debates that resonated on a global scale. In this chapter, we explore the diplomatic maneuvers and global implications of the Civil War, a conflict that not only redefined the United States, but also altered the balance of power and perceptions of freedom and democracy around the world. From the earliest days of secession, European powers observed the unfolding crisis with cautious intrigue. In London, Paris, and Berlin, statesmen and intellectuals debated the implications of a nation divided, wondering whether the United States, long heralded as a symbol of republican ideals, could survive the internal strife that threatened to tear it apart. In Britain, for example, the debate was coloured by both economic and moral considerations. British textile mills, heavily reliant on southern cotton, were initially alarmed by the prospect of a prolonged conflict that might disrupt supplies. At the same time, many British abolitionists found in the Union cause a moral rallying cry that resonated with their own emerging ideas of humanitarianism. Yet, the British government, ever mindful of its global trade interests and wary of setting a precedent for secession, ultimately adopted a policy of cautious neutrality. Across the English Channel, French leaders faced a similar conundrum. France, under Emperor Napoleon III, was eager to expand its influence and saw potential opportunities in supporting a divided America. Some advisers argued that a fractured United States might provide a stage for French intervention or, at the very least, serve as a bargaining chip in European power politics. However, French public opinion, increasingly swayed by the principles of liberty and the moral questions surrounding slavery, contributed to a complex diplomatic stance. Though covert channels of communication and discreet meetings took place between French and Confederate emissaries, official recognition of the Confederacy was ultimately deemed too risky. France's decision was informed by a delicate balancing act. While economic interests loomed large, so too did the need to align with a broader international shift toward modern, egalitarian values. In the heart of continental Europe, Prussia and Russia watched the conflict with a blend of skepticism and opportunism. Both empires were in the midst of internal reforms and military modernization, and the American experiment in total war provided a case study in both the potential and the perils of modern warfare. Russian observers, for instance, noted with interest the ways in which the Union mobilized its industrial might and centralized its administrative functions, lessons that would later influence their own approaches to modernization. In contrast, Prussian military theorists were captivated by the innovations in battlefield tactics, such as the use of railroads for rapid troop movements and the integration of naval blockades into overall strategic planning. The Civil War, therefore, became an unintended laboratory for military reform across Europe, with foreign officers studying its campaigns and the leadership decisions that would eventually tip the scales in favor of the Union. The global implications of the war extended far beyond the immediate military and diplomatic circles. International trade, particularly in cotton and other raw materials, was upended by the Union blockade and the disruptions of conflict. Southern cotton, once the prized commodity of European textile manufacturers, became scarce, spurring a search for alternative sources in Egypt, India, and Brazil. This realignment not only altered trade patterns but also laid the groundwork for a more diversified global cotton market, a shift that would have lasting economic consequences well into the 20th century. Meanwhile, the industrial might of the North, demonstrated on both land and sea, reaffirmed the notion that technological progress and organized economic planning were crucial elements of modern statecraft. Diplomatic communications during the Civil War were as fraught with tension as the battlefields themselves. Envoys from both the Union and the Confederacy engaged in a high-stakes game of maneuvering, sending emissaries to foreign capitals in an effort to sway opinion, secure recognition, or at least ensure neutrality. The Confederacy, in particular, was eager to secure formal alliances that might provide military support or, at a minimum, political legitimacy. Figures such as Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens and various diplomatic envoys crisscrossed Europe, laying out the ideological case for secession and emphasizing the South's claim to self-determination. Their efforts, however, were continually undercut by the moral and political realities of slavery, a practice increasingly condemned by international opinion. Ultimately, while European powers engaged in discreet dialogues with Confederate representatives, no nation would extend official recognition, a decision that underscored the profound moral shift taking place on the world stage. For the Union, diplomacy was an exercise in both restraint and subtle assertiveness. President Abraham Lincoln and his administration understood that winning the war required not only military victory, but also maintaining international support, or, at the very least, preventing foreign intervention on behalf of the Confederacy. Lincoln's skilled negotiators worked tirelessly to emphasize the Union's commitment to democratic principles and to cast the conflict as a struggle for human freedom, a narrative that resonated with the liberal movements of Europe. The issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation, while a bold domestic policy, also carried significant international ramifications. By reframing the war as a fight against slavery, Lincoln effectively eliminated one of the Confederacy's primary points of appeal to European powers, thereby neutralizing potential diplomatic and military support for the secessionist cause. The ripple effects of the American Civil War were felt in myriad ways across the globe. In the academic and intellectual circles of Europe, the war became a subject of intense scrutiny. Lectures, treatises, and even novels emerged that examined the causes, conduct, and consequences of the conflict. Philosophers debated whether the American experiment in democracy had been compromised by the very institution it was founded upon, while political theorists pondered the implications of a nation divided by issues of race, equality, and self-governance. These discussions, often held in the salons of Paris or the lecture halls of Berlin, contributed to a broader reassessment of modern statehood and the responsibilities of government in an era of rapid social change. Furthermore, the Civil War influenced the course of international military strategy. Observers marveled at the Union's use of railroads and telegraph lines, technologies that allowed for unprecedented coordination and rapid mobilization. The integration of these innovations into military logistics and command structures provided a blueprint that many European armies would later adapt in their own campaigns. In this way, the American conflict became a catalyst for a global evolution in warfare, accelerating the transition from traditional forms of combat to the more dynamic, industrialized conflicts that would characterize the 20th century. Even as foreign powers analyzed the military and economic dimensions of the conflict, the human stories that emerged from the Civil War resonated on an international scale. Accounts of courage, sacrifice, and the struggle for freedom transcended national boundaries, inspiring movements for civil rights and national liberation around the world. The valor of Union soldiers, coupled with the transformative impact of emancipation, became emblematic of the fight for human dignity, a narrative that would later influence struggles for independence in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. In a world still grappling with the legacies of colonialism and authoritarianism, the American Civil War offered both cautionary tales and hopeful models of how a nation could reinvent itself through conflict and renewal. Despite the complex web of international interests, one theme emerged with remarkable clarity. The Civil War was not an isolated American event, but a global phenomenon that challenged prevailing notions of power, progress, and human rights. Its diplomatic fallout forced nations to confront uncomfortable questions about the morality of slavery, the legitimacy of secession, and the true meaning of national unity. As foreign newspapers carried stories of battles fought on American soil, and as diplomatic cables crisscrossed the Atlantic, the world was forced to reckon with the reality that the United States, a country once hailed as a beacon of freedom, was undergoing a transformation that had far-reaching implications for global politics and economics. In the aftermath of the war, as the Union emerged victorious and the nation embarked on the arduous journey of reconstruction, the international community continued to reflect on the lessons of the conflict. The diplomatic isolation of the Confederacy, the moral clarity provided by emancipation, and the technological innovations demonstrated on both land and sea all contributed to a reshaped global order. The American Civil War had proven that the fates of nations are intertwined, that domestic struggles can ripple outward to affect distant shores, and that the pursuit of justice and liberty is a universal endeavor. Today, the international dimensions of the Civil War are studied not only for their historical significance, but also for the enduring questions they raise about the responsibilities of nations in an interconnected world. As policymakers and scholars examine the legacies of 19th century diplomacy, they find echoes of those debates in contemporary discussions about human rights, global trade, and the role of international institutions in preventing conflict. The diplomatic strategies and international responses that emerged during the Civil War continue to offer valuable insights into the challenges of maintaining national unity in an age of globalization. In reflecting on these international perspectives, we are reminded that the American Civil War was both a national and a global event, a transformative conflict whose reverberations continue to influence our understanding of power, justice, and human solidarity. The war's legacy, seen through the eyes of foreign observers and shaped by the interplay of diplomacy and ideology, stands as a testament to the profound impact that domestic strife can have on the wider world. As we look back on this tumultuous period, we recognize that the lessons of the Civil War extend far beyond the borders of the United States, offering timeless insights into the nature of conflict, the pursuit of freedom, and the enduring quest for a more equitable and interconnected global community. In the heart of the Confederacy, amid a landscape scarred by relentless battles and shifting allegiances, two interconnected military operations would come to symbolize both the strategic genius and the ruthless determination of the Union war effort. The Atlanta campaign and Sherman's march to the sea were not mere sequences of battles. They were transformative endeavors that reshaped Southern infrastructure, shattered Confederate morale, and signaled a new era in modern warfare. This chapter follows the dramatic progression of events, from the fierce contest for Atlanta to the audacious, almost mythic march across Georgia's devastated countryside that would leave an indelible mark on American history. The Atlanta campaign began as a series of grueling maneuvers in the summer of 1864. General William Tecumseh Sherman, tasked with a mission that would eventually redefine the nature of total war, led his Union forces deep into the South's heartland. Atlanta, a vital industrial and transportation hub, had long been the crown jewel of the Confederacy. Its railroads, factories, and communication lines connected the vast agricultural expanses with the administrative center of the Southern war effort. Recognizing that the fall of Atlanta would not only cripple the Confederate economy, but also bolster Northern morale, Sherman and his commanders set their sights on the city with unyielding resolve. The campaign was characterized by a series of intense engagements and a relentless pursuit of Confederate forces under the command of General John Bell Hood. Battles were fought along winding roads and through dense woodlands, as Sherman's army advanced steadily despite fierce resistance. The Confederate defense, though marked by individual acts of valor and tactical brilliance, was increasingly strained by the Union's superior numbers and logistics. Every skirmish, every artillery duel, and every maneuver was part of a larger chess game, one in which the Union's objective was clear: to cut off Atlanta's lifelines and force its surrender. As the Union forces pressed forward, the landscape around Atlanta transformed into a chaotic blend of smoke, rubble, and the desperate cries of those defending their homes. Rail yards and factories, once bustling with commerce, became battlegrounds where the Union's iron will clashed with the Confederate determination to hold on. Amid the din of cannon fire and the clatter of sabers, the strategic significance of Atlanta grew ever clearer. Its capture would disrupt not only local supply lines, but also the broader Confederate network stretching across the Deep South. By mid-September, the pressure on Atlanta became insurmountable. With his lines crumbling and his resources dwindling, General Hood made the painful decision to evacuate the city. The fall of Atlanta, declared on September 2, 1864, was a moment of profound triumph for the Union, a victory that resonated across the nation and among its allies abroad. For many in the North, Atlanta's capture was more than a military achievement. It was a symbol of hope and the turning tide of the war. The news sparked jubilant celebrations, and its political ramifications were swift, contributing to the re-election of President Abraham Lincoln later that year. Yet, the story of Sherman's campaign was far from over. With Atlanta secured, Sherman turned his attention to an even more audacious objective: the infamous March to the Sea. In a bold, unconventional maneuver that would become legendary, Sherman ordered his forces to leave the relative safety of their supply bases and to march directly across Georgia toward the port of Savannah. This march, stretching more than 280 miles through enemy territory, was not merely an act of military movement. It was a deliberate strategy designed to bring the war to the heart of the Confederacy. Sherman's march to the sea was executed with a ferocity and ingenuity that stunned both friend and foe alike. As his troops advanced, they employed a strategy of living off the land, seizing food, livestock, and supplies from local farms and plantations. The march was marked by a dual objective: to undermine the economic resources of the Confederacy by destroying infrastructure, railroads, factories, and mills, and to spread terror among Southern civilians who had long lived in the relative security of their familiar surroundings. In a campaign that blurred the lines between military action and psychological warfare, Sherman's forces systematically dismantled the symbols of Southern resistance. Bridges were burned, crops were trampled, and communication lines were severed, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. The impact of the march was profound and far-reaching. As Union soldiers marched through Georgia, they encountered pockets of fierce resistance, but these were often isolated and ultimately overwhelmed by the relentless pace of the advance. The psychological shock of witnessing an enemy army on one's doorstep, capable of inflicting widespread destruction with little regard for traditional battlefield honor, reverberated throughout the South. For many Southerners, the march was a harbinger of impending doom, a vivid demonstration that the Union was not only willing to conquer territory, but to reshape the very fabric of Southern society. Yet, the march was not solely an instrument of destruction. In the midst of the devastation, there were also moments that underscored the complex human dimensions of the conflict. Accounts from soldiers reveal instances of restrained discipline and compassion. A Union officer ordering his men to spare a small farmhouse that had been the home of an elderly family, or medics tending to wounded civilians caught in the chaos. These fleeting gestures of humanity amid the harsh realities of total war provided a counterpoint to the overwhelming sense of loss and dislocation that the march engendered. The logistical challenges of the march were as formidable as its psychological impact. Sherman's army, though operating on a relatively sparse supply system, demonstrated remarkable adaptability and resourcefulness. The use of foraging and local requisitioning minimized the need for long, vulnerable supply lines, while the rapid pace of the march left little time for Confederate forces to regroup or mount a coherent counteroffensive. The integration of railroads and river transport played a critical role in sustaining the Union's momentum, as reinforcements and critical supplies were ferried forward to support the advancing troops. As the march progressed toward Savannah, the strategic and symbolic significance of the campaign became undeniable. Savannah, a major port city on Georgia's coast, was a linchpin in the Confederacy's trade and communication network. Its capture would not only further isolate the South, but also serve as a powerful psychological blow. On December 21, 1864, Sherman's forces reached the outskirts of Savannah, and in a display of calculated mercy, they accepted the surrender of the city without a destructive siege. This act, simultaneously pragmatic and humane, cemented Sherman's reputation as a commander who understood that the war's purpose extended beyond mere conquest. It was about breaking the will of an adversary and laying the foundation for lasting peace. The combined effect of the Atlanta campaign and Sherman's march to the sea was transformative. Militarily, the operations disrupted the Confederate war machine by severing critical supply routes, shattering the Southern economy, and eroding the morale of both civilians and soldiers. Politically, the victories bolstered Northern confidence and played a crucial role in the re-election of President Lincoln, affirming the Union's commitment to a future of emancipation and reunification. Socially and culturally, the march introduced a new paradigm of warfare, one in which the distinction between combatant and civilian was blurred, and in which the battlefield extended into the very heart of everyday life. In the years following the war, the legacy of Sherman's campaign became a subject of intense debate. In the South, it was remembered with bitterness and sorrow, a time when the land was laid waste and communities were torn apart by a relentless and unforgiving enemy. In the North, however, it was celebrated as a bold and necessary step toward ending the conflict, a demonstration of resolve that ultimately paved the way for national healing. Historians continue to examine the moral and strategic implications of total war as exemplified by Sherman's operations, grappling with questions about the balance between military necessity and humanitarian concerns, a debate that echoes into modern discussions of warfare. Ultimately, the Atlanta campaign and Sherman's march to the sea stand as defining chapters in the narrative of the Civil War, a testament to the capacity of a nation to transform the nature of conflict and to forge a path toward reunification even amid the ruins of a shattered society. Through daring maneuvers, strategic brilliance, and an unyielding commitment to the cause of freedom, Sherman's operations not only hastened the collapse of the Confederacy, but also redefined the meaning of modern warfare. They serve as a reminder that in the crucible of war, both destruction and renewal can emerge, forever altering the course of history. In the spring of 1865, as winter's grip finally loosened and the first signs of renewal stirred the battered landscape of Virginia, a profound stillness began to settle over the remnants of a shattered Confederacy. The days leading to the surrender at Appomattox Courthouse were marked by exhaustion, reflection, and an inevitable recognition that the long, bitter conflict was drawing to a close. In this final chapter of the Civil War, we follow the journey of both armies as they converged on a quiet Virginia hamlet, a place that, though modest in appearance, would become the stage for a historic moment of reconciliation and sorrowful relief. For the Confederate soldiers, the months leading up to Appomattox were a relentless testament to dwindling resources and fading hope. After years of fighting against the inexorable industrial might and coordinated strategies of the Union, General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia found itself increasingly isolated. With supply lines severed, reinforcements a distant memory, and the morale of his men worn thin by continuous attrition, Lee was faced with a choice that no proud commander ever wishes to make: to continue a fight that promised only further devastation, or to lay down arms and surrender. Yet, even as he grappled with this painful decision, Lee remained mindful of the honor and dignity of his soldiers, men who had fought not merely for a cause, but for a way of life they believed was worth preserving. By early April 1865, the situation on the battlefield had become untenable. Union General Ulysses S. Grant, relentless and methodical in his pursuit of victory, had encircled Lee's army, cutting off any prospect of escape. The Confederate forces, now weary and demoralized, were forced to retreat into a series of defensive positions along the rolling hills and winding roads of Virginia's Appomattox County. In the quiet moments between skirmishes, soldiers on both sides contemplated the cost of the conflict. For many Confederate men, memories of families left behind, lost comrades, and the shattered remnants of their communities converged with a dawning realization that the era of Southern independence was at an end. The stage was set at Appomattox Courthouse, a modest collection of farmhouses and public buildings that, until then, had been largely forgotten by the march of history. In this unassuming setting, the final act of the war would unfold. As Lee's weary troops gathered under a somber sky, the air itself seemed heavy with the collective grief and resignation of a people who had endured too much loss. In contrast to the thunder of cannons and the clamor of earlier battles, there was now an eerie quiet, a silence that spoke of both the exhaustion of war and the faint glimmer of peace on the horizon. On April 9, 1865, General Lee, accompanied by his trusted officers, met with General Grant in the parlor of a modest Appomattox farmhouse. The meeting, characterized by a solemn dignity, was as much an act of humanity as it was a formal military procedure. With a heavy heart, Lee recognized that the conditions had left him no viable alternative but to surrender. His decision was not made out of cowardice, but out of a deep-seated desire to spare his men further needless suffering. In those final moments, as Grant and Lee exchanged words, measured, respectful, and tinged with the sorrow of what had been lost, a fragile bridge of understanding was built across the chasm of defeat and reconciliation. For Grant, accepting Lee's surrender was the culmination of years of strategic brilliance and unyielding persistence. His approach had always been pragmatic. The war was not merely a contest of valor, but a struggle for the survival of a nation founded on the principles of unity and liberty. Grant's demeanor during the meeting was marked by an absence of triumphalism. Instead, he conveyed a quiet compassion for the Confederate soldiers who had fought so hard under impossible conditions. His terms of surrender were generous in many respects, designed to facilitate a smooth transition to peace and to encourage the reintegration of Southern soldiers into the new, reunited nation. The surrender at Appomattox was not an isolated event, but the culmination of a series of setbacks that had beset the Confederacy. Prior battles, from the fall of Vicksburg and Gettysburg to the ravages of Sherman's campaigns, had steadily eroded the capacity of the Southern armies to wage effective resistance. At Appomattox, the symbolic weight of surrender was palpable. Confederate troops, their uniforms stained with mud and blood, gathered in solemn groups, some weeping openly, others standing in silent resignation. For many, the moment was bittersweet. It marked the end of a cause they had believed in with every fiber of their being, even as it held the promise of a future free from the endless carnage of war. In the days that followed the formal surrender, the atmosphere in the region was one of cautious optimism mixed with deep mourning. Union soldiers, too, were acutely aware of the human cost of victory. They moved methodically to secure the surrendered troops, ensuring that the process would be conducted with as much dignity and order as the circumstances allowed. Communities that had once been divided by a brutal conflict now found themselves facing the daunting task of reconciliation. In the quiet conversations among civilians and officers alike, there was a shared sense that, despite the bitterness of defeat, the seeds of renewal had been sown. The surrender at Appomattox signified the closing chapter of one of the bloodiest conflicts in American history, but it also opened the door to a future defined by healing and reconstruction. In the aftermath, as the news spread across the nation, a palpable shift occurred in the public consciousness. The relentless drumbeat of war was gradually replaced by the cautious hope of rebuilding, a hope tempered by the memory of the sacrifices made on both sides. In town meetings, in letters sent home, and in the quiet determination of returning soldiers, the message was clear. The Union would endure, but the scars of the war would require generations to heal. For historians, the surrender at Appomattox stands as a pivotal moment, not simply for its immediate military implications, but for its broader significance in shaping the American spirit. It was an act that underscored the possibility of reconciliation even after deep and bitter division. The terms granted by Grant, which allowed Confederate soldiers to return home with their personal belongings and horses, were a recognition that lasting peace would be built on the foundation of compassion and mutual respect rather than perpetual retribution. In this spirit, the surrender became a symbol of the nation's capacity to forgive and to move forward together, however slowly and imperfectly that process might unfold. Yet, even as the formalities of surrender were observed, the legacy of the Civil War continued to loom large. The emotional wounds inflicted on families, communities, and the nation's collective identity would take many years to mend. The struggle to integrate former Confederate states into a reimagined United States was fraught with challenges, from political divisions and economic dislocation to the lingering bitterness of loss. Reconstruction, as the period that followed came to be known, was a complex and often turbulent process that sought to rebuild not only infrastructure and industry, but also the fundamental bonds of trust and unity that had been so violently severed. In reflecting on the surrender at Appomattox, one cannot help but recognize it as both an end and a beginning. It marked the close of a conflict defined by its brutality and sacrifice, while simultaneously opening the door to a future where the nation could finally attempt to heal its wounds. The quiet dignity displayed in those final moments, a respectful handshake between former adversaries, the orderly disposition of surrendering troops, and the hopeful yet sober words of leaders on both sides, served as a powerful reminder that even in the face of overwhelming loss, the human capacity for forgiveness and renewal endures. Today, the site of Appomattox Courthouse remains a hallowed ground, a place where visitors can reflect on the profound cost of civil strife and the enduring promise of peace. Memorials and museums stand as testaments to the bravery of those who fought, the sacrifices they made, and the difficult choices that ultimately paved the way for a reunited nation. The surrender at Appomattox, etched into the collective memory of America, continues to inspire debates about the nature of leadership, the ethics of warfare, and the possibility of reconciliation after conflict. As we look back on that momentous day in April 1865, we are reminded that the closing of the conflict was not the end of pain or struggle, but the beginning of a long journey toward rebuilding, a journey that required the nation to confront its past with honesty, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to the ideals of unity and freedom. The story of Appomattox is a chapter in the larger narrative of America, a narrative that, despite its many scars, continues to evolve, heal, and strive toward a more perfect union. In the quiet aftermath of conflict, as the guns fell silent and the smoke of battle began to clear, a new challenge emerged for a nation battered by war, the daunting task of rebuilding a fractured society. Reconstruction was not merely about repairing broken infrastructure. It was an era defined by the painful, complex process of mending hearts, reuniting communities, and redefining what it meant to be American. In this chapter, we journey through the turbulent years following the Civil War, witnessing how former enemies, weary from loss and strife, struggled to create a shared future amid lingering resentments and uncertain hopes. The end of hostilities in April 1865 marked the beginning of a period of profound transformation. The Union, though victorious on the battlefield, faced the enormous task of reintegrating the former Confederate states back into the American polity. Across the South, the physical scars of war were matched only by the emotional and ideological wounds that had festered for decades. Entire cities lay in ruins. Plantations that once symbolized a bygone way of life were desolated, and the social order had been irrevocably upended. Against this backdrop, Reconstruction unfolded as a multifaceted experiment in nation-building, a bold attempt to reconcile the promise of freedom with the legacy of division. In Washington, a spirit of cautious optimism and determination took hold. Leaders of the victorious Union set forth ambitious plans aimed at reuniting a country torn asunder. Under President Abraham Lincoln's vision, and later under his successor Andrew Johnson, the federal government sought to implement policies that would not only rebuild infrastructure and revitalize the economy, but also extend civil rights to newly freed African Americans. The passage of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery, was a momentous milestone, one that symbolized a break with the past and a commitment to a more inclusive future. Yet, the promise of emancipation was tempered by the immense challenges that lay ahead. Across the South, the transformation was both physical and symbolic. In many towns, the remnants of battle gave way to the slow, painstaking process of reconstruction. Ruined schools and churches were rebuilt with the hope of nurturing new generations, and makeshift government buildings replaced those lost in the conflict. However, the process was marred by deep-seated mistrust and uncertainty. For white Southerners, the new order threatened cherished traditions, while freedmen, who had long been denied the rights of citizenship, now faced the daunting task of carving out a place in a society that was unprepared for true equality. Tensions ran high, and acts of resistance from both former slaveholders and newly empowered African American communities became part of the daily fabric of life. One of the most challenging aspects of Reconstruction was the task of redefining political power. Federal authorities attempted to impose new frameworks of governance in the southern states. Military districts were established to oversee the transition, and new state constitutions were drafted with the hope of guaranteeing civil rights and equal representation. In cities like New Orleans, Richmond, and Atlanta, the political landscape transformed overnight. African Americans, many of whom had never before exercised the right to vote, stepped into the political arena with a fierce determination to assert their newfound freedom. Their participation in elections, often met with hostility and violence, sparked both hope and backlash. While some local communities embraced these changes as the beginning of a long overdue reckoning, others clung desperately to the vestiges of the antebellum order, igniting conflicts that would reverberate for generations. Economic revitalization was equally critical to the success of Reconstruction. In the North, industrial growth had accelerated during the war, and many Union leaders believed that a modern, diversified economy could uplift the devastated South. Efforts were made to rebuild railroads, reopen factories, and stimulate agriculture through modern practices. Yet, the transition was fraught with difficulties. The South's reliance on an old system of plantation agriculture had left it ill-prepared for rapid industrialization, and many farmers struggled to adapt to a market economy that now required fair wages and competitive production. Sharecropping emerged as a common arrangement, an attempt to balance the interests of landowners and laborers, but it often resulted in cycles of debt and poverty that echoed the injustices of slavery. Amid these transformations, cultural and social life underwent a subtle yet profound evolution. Churches, once the spiritual centers of segregated communities, became arenas for forging new identities and advocating for social justice. Freedmen's schools, established by both religious organizations and philanthropic agencies, became beacons of hope, teaching literacy and civic responsibility to those who had long been denied an education. Literature and art from the period began to reflect the tensions of a society caught between the past and the promise of progress. Works that chronicled both the resilience of the human spirit and the bitter realities of a divided nation. Music, too, played a role in healing wounds, as spirituals and folk songs offered solace and unity to people yearning for a shared future. However, Reconstruction was not a monolithic experience. It varied dramatically from one state to another, and often even from one community to the next. In some areas, local leaders managed to bridge the gap between former adversaries, forging interracial coalitions that laid the foundation for future progress. In others, entrenched hostilities simmered beneath the surface, manifesting in acts of violence, intimidation, and political corruption. The rise of white supremacist groups, such as the Ku Klux Klan, represented a violent backlash against the new order, seeking to restore the racial hierarchy of the past by any means necessary. Their campaigns of terror not only undermined the gains made by African Americans, but also sowed deep divisions that would challenge the promise of a united nation for decades to come. In Washington, debates over the proper course of Reconstruction intensified in Congress. Radical Republicans, determined to reshape Southern society and secure lasting rights for freed people, clashed with more conservative elements who favored a swift reconciliation that would restore the old order. Legislation such as the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Reconstruction Acts attempted to codify the rights of former slaves and redefine the relationship between the federal government and the states. These measures, groundbreaking in their scope and ambition, were met with fierce resistance in the South and stirred controversy in the North as well. The political battles of Reconstruction were as much about reconciling a nation's ideals with its realities as they were about determining who would hold power in the post-war era. For individuals on the ground, the period of Reconstruction was a time of profound personal transformation. Former slaves, liberated from the bonds of servitude, faced the exhilarating yet daunting challenge of defining their own destinies. In many cases, The newfound freedom was tempered by economic hardship and the persistence of discriminatory practices. Yet, amid these struggles, communities emerged that celebrated cultural identity and self-determination. African American churches, civic clubs, and mutual aid societies provided support and fostered a sense of solidarity, a foundation upon which future generations would build the civil rights movement. Their stories, filled with hope, resilience, and occasional heartbreak, continue to serve as a reminder that the quest for equality is both an individual and collective journey. Reconstruction also prompted a re-evaluation of American history and identity. The nation was forced to confront the legacy of slavery, the impact of war, and the painful process of reconciling two very different visions of society. Historians and writers of the era, often referred to later as the lost cause narrative in the South, and as progressive voices in the North, competed to interpret the events of the past in ways that would shape the future. These competing narratives influenced everything from textbooks to public monuments, determining how generations to come would remember the conflict and its aftermath. The struggle over memory and identity became an enduring aspect of Reconstruction, a battle fought not with muskets or cannons, but with words, symbols, and the power of collective remembrance. As the years passed, the legacy of Reconstruction continued to evolve. The policies implemented during this period laid the groundwork for significant, albeit gradual, changes in American society. Legal victories in the courts, combined with the tireless efforts of civil rights activists, slowly chipped away at the structures of segregation and discrimination. However, the period also left behind unresolved tensions that would fuel future conflicts. The successes of Reconstruction were, in many ways, undermined by its abrupt end, as federal support waned and southern states reasserted local control. The compromises reached in the post-war era were fragile, and the promise of true equality remained tantalizingly out of reach for many. Looking back on Reconstruction, we see a time of immense ambition and extraordinary challenge, a period when the nation dared to dream of a more perfect union even as it struggled to overcome the deepest divisions of its past. The efforts to rebuild a fractured nation were marked by both triumph and tragedy. On one hand, Reconstruction represented the first serious attempt to create a society based on equal rights and democratic ideals. On the other, it revealed the enduring power of entrenched prejudices and the complexities of forging unity out of conflict. Today, the legacy of Reconstruction remains a vital part of the American story. Its lessons continue to inform debates about civil rights, federal authority, and the processes of social change. As we reflect on that turbulent era, we are reminded that rebuilding a nation is not simply a matter of physical reconstruction, but of healing deep social and emotional wounds, a process that requires patience, empathy, and a steadfast commitment to justice. The period of Reconstruction teaches us that the journey toward a more inclusive and united society is long and arduous, but it is one that must be undertaken if we are to honor the sacrifices of those who fought for freedom and equality. In the end, Reconstruction stands as a testament to the resilience of the American spirit. Despite the hardships, setbacks, and unresolved tensions, it laid the foundation for a renewed commitment to the principles of liberty and justice. It challenged a nation to confront its past honestly and to strive toward a future where the promise of freedom was extended to all citizens. The enduring impact of Reconstruction can be seen in the continuing struggle for civil rights and in the ongoing dialogue about what it means to be truly united as a nation. Long after the echoes of cannon fire have faded and battlefields have been reclaimed by nature, the legacy of the Civil War continues to shape the national psyche and public discourse. In this final chapter, we explore how the memories of conflict have been woven into the fabric of American identity, influencing how communities remember the past, how historians interpret events, and how modern society grapples with issues of division, reconciliation, and progress. The Civil War's imprint on American memory is a complex tapestry, one marked by heroism and sacrifice, deep pain, and unresolved questions. In the decades following the war, both the victorious North and the defeated South sought to craft narratives that would honor their experiences and justify their actions. Monuments were erected on hallowed grounds, battlefields were preserved as solemn memorials, and public ceremonies became an annual ritual of remembrance. For many Americans, these symbols served as a tangible connection to a past that was both formative and traumatic. The memory of the war, passed down through generations in stories, songs, and literature, became a mirror reflecting the nation's ongoing struggle to define itself. In the North, the war was celebrated as a triumph of unity and the definitive end of slavery, a turning point that had paved the way for modern democracy and human rights. The valor of Union soldiers and the visionary leadership of figures like Abraham Lincoln became central to the national narrative. Statues of Lincoln, battle monuments, and preserved encampments told a story of progress and the ultimate sacrifice made for the cause of liberty. Yet even within this narrative, there was an awareness of the heavy cost. Families lost, communities torn apart, and a deep, lingering grief that reminded citizens of the price of unity. Schools and public institutions integrated the memory of the war into their curricula, fostering a collective identity built on the ideals of sacrifice, perseverance, and the promise of freedom. In the South, the legacy of the war was, for many years, enshrouded in the mythos of the lost cause. This narrative emphasized the nobility of the Confederate struggle, portraying the conflict as a heroic defense of states' rights, honor, and a cherished way of life. Monuments celebrating Confederate leaders and soldiers were erected throughout the region, and public commemorations became expressions of regional pride and defiance. Yet beneath the veneer of romanticized valor lay a more complicated reality, one in which the profound injustice of slavery and the social hierarchies that it engendered were often downplayed or reinterpreted. Over time, as the nation sought to reconcile its divided past, debates emerged over the appropriateness of such memorials and the narratives they promoted. These controversies have shaped modern discussions about historical memory and the process of coming to terms with a painful legacy. Beyond monuments and memorials, the legacy of the Civil War has had a profound impact on American identity. The scars of the conflict, both visible and invisible, have contributed to a continuous re-evaluation of what it means to be American. The war challenged citizens to confront the stark contradictions between the nation's founding ideals and its historical realities. Issues of race, citizenship, and the distribution of power remain deeply influenced by the war's outcome. In modern political discourse, the echoes of Civil War debates can be seen in discussions about federal versus state authority, civil rights, and the responsibilities of government toward marginalized communities. The cultural impact of the Civil War is equally significant. Over the years, artists, writers, and filmmakers have drawn inspiration from the conflict, producing works that capture its heroism, tragedy, and enduring mystery. Novels, poems, and films have provided personal and imaginative portrayals of soldiers on both sides, delving into the inner lives of individuals caught in the maelstrom of national crisis. These cultural expressions have played a vital role in keeping the memory of the war alive, ensuring that each new generation confronts the lessons of the past. The narrative of the Civil War has thus become a living, evolving dialogue, one that reflects the changing values of society and challenges Americans to reckon with their collective history. In academic circles, the Civil War has been the subject of relentless study and reinterpretation. Historians continue to debate the causes and consequences of the conflict, reassessing long-held assumptions and uncovering new perspectives through archival research and digital humanities. The advent of new methodologies and interdisciplinary approaches has enriched our understanding of the war, highlighting its multifaceted impact on everything from economic development to gender roles. These scholarly efforts have not only deepened our grasp of the past, but have also provided valuable insights into the dynamics of modern conflict, social transformation, and the struggle for civil rights. The legacy of the Civil War also extends into modern social and political movements. For many African Americans, the war and its aftermath symbolize both the painful history of oppression and the hard-won progress toward equality. The emancipation that followed the war laid the groundwork for later civil rights struggles, and the sacrifices made by generations of black soldiers and activists continue to inspire movements for justice today. At the same time, debates over the interpretation and commemoration of Civil War history remain deeply contentious, issues that reveal how the past is constantly negotiated in the present. The contest over Confederate symbols, for example, has spurred a national conversation about race, memory, and the meaning of heritage in a pluralistic society. Furthermore, the political polarization that characterized the Civil War era has its echoes in contemporary American politics. The conflict was, in many ways, a battle over the future of the nation, a struggle between competing visions of government, freedom, and equality. Today, political debates around federal authority, individual rights, and the role of government often invoke the language and imagery of the Civil War, reminding us that the wounds of that era are not easily forgotten. The process of reconciliation, begun in the years following the war, is still ongoing, as Americans continue to grapple with the legacies of division and strive to build a more inclusive society. At the local level, communities across the United States preserve the memory of the Civil War through museums, historic sites, and reenactments. Battlefields that once witnessed unspeakable carnage are now places of reflection and education, where visitors can learn about the strategies, sacrifices, and human stories that define the conflict. These sites serve as powerful reminders of the need to honor the past while using its lessons to inform a more compassionate future. They stand as testaments to the enduring impact of history on our landscapes, our identities, and our national conscience. The story of the Civil War is, ultimately, the story of America itself, a narrative of aspiration and contradiction, of profound loss and the enduring hope for renewal. It reminds us that the struggle for a more perfect union is an ongoing journey, one that requires the courage to face uncomfortable truths and the determination to forge a future that lives up to the nation's highest ideals. The memory of the Civil War, with all its complexities and controversies, challenges us to ask difficult questions about justice, reconciliation, and the true cost of freedom. As modern America continues to evolve, the legacy of the Civil War remains a vital touchstone, a reminder that our present is inextricably linked to our past. It calls on us to acknowledge the wounds that have yet to heal, to celebrate the progress that has been made, and to work tirelessly toward a society that truly embodies the principles of liberty, equality, and unity. In this way, the Civil War is not merely a chapter in a history book, but a living part of American identity, a legacy that informs our politics, shapes our culture, and continues to inspire efforts to create a more just and united nation.